Good morning and welcome to the council meeting for the 31st of January. Please join me for the opening, standing for the opening karakia. Thank you very much. Today we're going to hear from submitters and provide recommendations on what changes we want on the draft plan, unless we need further information from staff. Today, we could actually adopt this today if we feel that there's an outside chance, but we may have to take some more time if the issues are a bit larger than we thought. We'll just see how the day pans out. I have an apology from Councillor McDonald and one from Councillor Goff for lateness. Can I have a mover and seconder? I'll move it and Pauline will second it. Okay, we have all those in favour? Aye, against, thank you, carried. We have no declarations of interest today. So first up, I'd like to welcome staff, Jane Morgan, Crystal Anderson and Daryl Miller, who will speak us about the draft plan to date. So welcome to you all.
Kia ora koutou. Staff will do a presentation shortly, but first of all I'd like to introduce you to Daryl Miller, who's the independent chair of the coastal panel. Daryl's not actually staff, just to clarify.
I was a long time ago.
So Daryl will just provide you with a bit of an opening statement about the process to date.
Kia ora, everyone. I'm going to provide some introductory comments on the draft plan and then hand over to the council team. First, however, I want to acknowledge the hard mahi of the panel, the CHAP team, the STAG, the Runanga, and the Council's Coastal Hazards Working Group for their contribution to the development of the draft plan. Equally worthy of acknowledgement are the many groups and individuals that have contributed during the various community engagements. This includes the numerous parties that have provided the most recent feedback on the draft plan, and some of whom are presenting today. One of the purposes of establishing the panel was to provide a community voice and representation in this process. As you will be aware, the panel comprises a diverse range of community, youth and Runanga representatives. They worked in their communities endeavouring to raise awareness of coastal hazard issues and the plan preparation process itself. This mahi sat alongside and complemented the formal engagement processes managed by the Council's Community and Engagement team. And with that in mind, I also want to thank Crystal Anderson and James Richardson for their efforts. This draft plan has been developed from community feedback, detailed assessment and expert advice. No draft plan will, however, be perfect. That is why this final engagement process, the feedback received, and the presentations you will hear today are important to your consideration of the plan. This is particularly so given that the draft plan provided a comprehensive explanation of the preferred and alternate adaptation pathways for Three Waters, transport and park assets, and also provided recommendations around the wider transport network as well. This is, for the want of a better phrase, the pointy end of the process, where communities could finally view and comment on the fully developed draft plan. The process for developing the draft plan is summarised on page 14 of the document itself. This includes an outline of the community and targeted children, youth engagements undertaken. Crystal will elaborate on the engagement process shortly. The draft plan is the result of a significant investment in time, research, engagement and assessment, with the draft plan's proposals founded in strong technical support from the STAG and the Council's CHAP team, as well as the significant input from the Runanga, and communities across months of feedback gathering. When considering adaptation options, they were assessed by the panel for alignment with community objectives, which were established through public engagement. The options were also scored for effectiveness, feasibility, and environmental impact by the stag, alignment with mana whenua values by Runanga, and the Council's guiding principles by Council staff. The Coastal Panel has, however, faced numerous challenges in settling on the preferred adaptation pathways. These include the complexity and varying nature of the environments, communities, and the hazard and risk profiles. Operating in a space of significant uncertainty, given current knowledge and the planned horizon timeline, and the need to provide workable options for the future, and considering pathway options within the context of the wider area and the need to balance competing priorities and the costs for the Council and for ratepayers. On the issue of certainty and whether the draft plan's pathways are flexible enough to accommodate change, the panel recognises that the adaptation pathways traverse significant timeframes. Within this context, it may not always be possible to provide the certainty that communities and possibly the Council itself is looking for. This is a product of the complex nature of the environment we are working in, the currently understood risk profile, and the timelines involved. This is not a weakness in the process undertaken or in the pathways identified. Rather, the Dynamic Adaptation Pathways Planning approach, DAP, which has been used, allows us to plan now despite the potential unknowns around the level and timing of climate impacts. Rather than having concrete timeframes outlining when actions and responses are required, the implementation of pathways identified in the draft plan will be informed by a range of signals, triggers, and thresholds. In many cases, the big investment decisions or other changes proposed in the draft plan are not expected for many decades. Consequently, while the draft plan has identified preferred pathways, a range of alternatives are also provided. This approach provides decision agility for the Council and the community. While we may have more certainty about adaptation pathways in the short term, unsurprisingly, this certainty decreases in the long term. Given this, the alternate options provided in the plan recognise that we may need to consider pathway changes in the future. The overall benefit of this is that it identifies issues now that the Council and communities will face going forward. This heightened awareness is critical to the future planning decisions the Council may make. This is particularly so given that the long-term prioritisation exercise that the Council may need to make, not only within this adaptation area, but also across the wider district as other adaptation plans are rolled out. Thank you.
Thanks, Daryl. We'll now move into a brief staff presentation. I'm going to shoot through the first few slides pretty quickly because it is all well outlaid in the plan. This slide is just to remind you that the plan for the priority locations was developed by the Coastal Panel, as Daryl has outlined, and the names of the Coastal Panel representatives there. They did include representatives from Te Runanga o Kokorarata and Te Hapu o Ngāti Wheki. We've calculated there was about 100 hours of mahi involved over 20 workshops, so there's been a significant contribution I'd really like to acknowledge from the Coastal Panel. Again, Daryl has touched on this really well in terms of saying that we are not wedded to timelines and dates, and we're not wedded to our preferred pathway. So this process does allow for a lot of flexibility in the future as circumstances change over time. Now going to hand it to Crystal to talk about our engagement.
Cool. So I'll just really briefly touch on the engagement process for this program to date. So we started in 2022 and we engaged with local communities to understand what people value in the area and what community assets were important to them. Up here you can see some photos from that engagement. So some of the cool things that we did were a tile painting event at Allendale Hall, where people painted the things that they love about the coast. And we also ran some events with schools. Down the bottom there you can see a photo from one of our beach-and-ars where people were able to come along and find out about the hazards on the coast and tell us about what they valued. From that engagement we heard from just under 300 people, and that feedback was used by the Coastal Panel to create those community objectives that Daryl touched on. So in 2023 we went out again. This engagement was when we had some adaptation options on the table the Coastal Panel was looking into. So we went out to test how the community was feeling about those options. In that we developed a brochure about every priority adaptation location and did some promotion of those. In this engagement, as well as doing community markets, webinars and all those kinds of things, we also sent flyers to all of the properties in the area, so it was just under 2,000 properties. And then 2024, our latest engagement last year, so this was our formal engagement on the draft plan. We did a whole bunch of community meetings, so we reached out to a lot of the community groups in June last year to set up some community hosted events. We know that community hosted events tend to get more people along than council hosted events, so that was really successful. We had a great event at Diamond Harbour and in Governor's Bay. We reached out to all the groups, and we did hear back from some of the Port Levy residents during the Governor's Bay community meeting, so we were able to set up a meeting with them a little bit later in the piece, and they were given some extra time to put in their submissions. So from this engagement we had over 8,000 views to the webpage. So really high engagement with the content, but we got 88 submissions. So 88 submissions overall. In terms of the feedback we got, so 57% of total submitters said that they support or somewhat support the plan. The way that we asked the questions for this was that people could provide feedback on the plan overall, or they could provide just feedback on a specific asset or area. So not everyone chose to answer that question around overall support. So if we just look at the people that answered that question, which was 67, then we've got 76% of the submitters saying that they did support the plan overall or somewhat support it. Those who said they somewhat supported it said in general they thought most of it was good, but there was one asset that they had concern with or something they wanted us to have another look into. In terms of feedback on different assets, this is all detailed within the report, but I thought I'd just touch on the ones that we got the most comments on. So for the foreshore track in Governor's Bay, the majority of comments we got on that one did not support the Coastal Panel's preferred pathway, and there was a want to see that track maintained into the future. The Governor's Bay Teddington Road, we received 23 comments on that and 19 didn't support the Coastal Panel's preferred pathway. A lot of the comments on that are around maintaining that road at its current level of service. For Marine Drive in Charteris Bay, we received 15 comments for that, and we got 12 people saying that they really supported that pathway and that it was an important road. There was definitely a lot of comments as well around the opportunity to provide some pedestrian safety in protecting that road. The Charteris Bay boat ramp, again, the majority didn't support the Coastal Panel's preferred pathway, and they wanted to see that boat ramp protected for longer. And then Wharf Road, we received 17 comments about Wharf Road, and 16 of those didn't support the pathway, and they would like to see that road protected into the future.
Great. So in response to the feedback from submitter staff are recommending some changes to 3 pathways, and Tom will go through those in a minute. I just wanted to touch on the point 4 up there, which was the amendments that we're proposing in the table 1 in the report. Those are largely to reflect the changes that need to be made to text to support the changes to recommendations above it. If those recommendations are not agreed by council, those changes would not occur. However, we did hear a lot of feedback around the terminology that we used, and some of the questions really identified that we could be clearer. So other changes in that table recommend changes to clarify terminology in the glossary so that it's a little bit more accessible to communities. We'll talk a little bit more about that. And I'll hand over now to Tom.
Kia ora team. So I'm going to take you through those three recommendations from staff, which have largely resulted from feedback that we've received late last year through our engagement phase. So starting with the foreshore track. So really what we heard in this case is a lot of recognition of the value of that track to local users. We heard a lot from the local school group, Governor's Bay, and how it helps connect them to other places such as the Allendale Reserve and a larger domain and the hall itself, and that generally that community values that asset and its amenity value. We also, through consultation, was reflagged around the importance of that track in terms of access to council's pumping station, so we've sought to make a re-clarification, which I'll touch on there. In terms of what the recommendation actually was originally for the foreshore track, essentially to maintain the track for a time before over time accepting a reduction in level of service. Essentially what that means is in time as sea levels rise, we expect the track will be overtopped by waves and tides more often, and that we might need to accept those impacts. So perhaps during big tides or storms it's not accessible for people to use, and it will generally become in greater disrepair over time. That being said, I do want to flag two things. One is that council have about $700,000 set to spend on repairing sections that are currently in disrepair, and that's planned for the next 6 to 12 months. And also in the plan would set aside $1 million to also give some additional life to that asset. So a lower level of service, while that is the recommended pathway, there would still be investment in that asset to give it some time. And you can see that we've suggested that the track would be retained out to around 40 years before the recommended pathway is to move towards a closure of that track. The other thing to touch on here is sort of why haven't we just recommended to protect the track forever? We did look at the alternative, or two alternatives, one of which is included as an alternate option in the plan. That one being essentially defend the track in its existing location. It's about 3 odd kilometres long, and to build a shoreline defence and to raise that track to the necessary height to allow it to be there for a long period of time would be significant cost, and we've estimated that at around 13 million. So that's just to give you an indication of why that hasn't been the recommendation. Cool. In terms of the recommended change that staff have made, effectively this is, or you can see in the image up the top right, we've got the orange sort of snaking section of the track, which is between the Governor's Bay jetty and council's pumping station. So we're just wanting to re-clarify in here that the recommendation would be to protect that relatively short section of track, which is a couple of hundred of metres, to retain access to that critical service for council. So that pump station services around 300 properties and around 1,000 people. And that recommendation would come with an additional cost of around $3 million as well. Then I think last thing to sort of touch on here, or to re-clarify, is we do recognise that this would be a loss in terms of access between Governor's Bay and Allendale. The coastal panel did consider this really seriously. The cost of the alternative of protection, which I've alluded to, is significant. We also looked at the possibility of an alternate route through the landward area, which would be particularly challenging and even more expensive and impactful. So that has not been the recommendation by staff. Cool. On over the hill to Teddington. Before we crack into this, just want to explain what the recommendation was by the coastal panel in the first case. So we've got this orange line being Charteris Bay Road and the yellow line referring to Governor's Bay to Teddington Road. So the recommendation in the plan for the orange section of road, Charteris Bay, and the lower section of Gebbies Pass, was to maintain that road, but as impacts increase, to effectively raise that section of route above future flood levels. So essentially to raise the road level, to minimise impacts and retain access. People that drive along that route can either take a left at Gebby's Pass and go that way into the city and other parts of the wider district, or continue straight along towards Allendale and into the city. And as we get to the yellow line, the recommendation by the panel was to maintain that road for a period of time before transitioning towards a reduction in level of service. So essentially, again, like what I talked about for the track, perhaps initially disruptions in the periods of hours and maybe a couple of times a year, timed with things like spring or king tides or particularly heavy rainfall events, where the road might be temporarily shut to traffic. And in those instances, traffic could detour via Gebby's Pass. The long-term recommendation for that yellow line was to also look at floodproofing, likely raising of that section to essentially secure that access route, but at that lower level of service. So I guess what I want to sort of be really clear on here is just that, and this was wrongly reported when the plan was released late last year, was that there was a suggestion that that road would be closed, the Governor's Bay to Teddington Road, and that is not the recommendation in the plan. The recommendation in the plan is towards a reduction in levels of service before subsequent flood proofing. Cool. So just to, I want to first touch on some of the feedback we received to effect on Governor's Bay Teddington Road, so that yellow line on the previous slide. We had a lot of people sort of flagging that that's a critical link through to the city, and that there would be obviously a detour required via Gebby's Pass. Also flagged that it would be, that plan is sort of predicated on State Highway 75 over Gebby's Pass also being maintained to an appropriate standard. And largely there were also comments around civil defence and emergency access via that route. With all that feedback in mind, the recommendation that staff have made is essentially to add an additional adaptation option. It wouldn't become the recommendation in the plan, but would be included as an alternative option, and that would essentially be to raise the section of Governor's Bay to Teddington Road in the same way as what is proposed for Charteris Bay Road. The reason we do feel that's an appropriate recommendation is partly it provides council with greater flexibility in the future, and also it recognises the fact that previously the plan was somewhat or could be precluded by an outcome on the other side of Gebby's Pass Road, and now we'd be more resilient to that possible change. Cool. 1 second, sorry, Tim. Cool. So now over the hill, over past Puro and to Kokorarata and Wharf Road. The preferred pathway in the adaptation plan for Wharf Road is again to have a period of maintenance followed by a transition to a lower level of service. I feel like I've sort of articulated what that might involve, so I won't sort of labour that point. And then at that, we've estimated around 40 years from now is our best guess that there would be a transition to a partial or full closure. We want to sort of, and this is one of the edits that Jane alluded to earlier in terms of the plan, re-clarifying the terms reduced or lower level of service, and also what we meant by the closure in this case. You can see there that staff note that alternate access options could be explored with local landowners well in advance of that closure that we've alluded to in that sort of 40-50 year time frame. So that's absolutely something that staff are, of course, open to exploring. In terms of that bottom red text box, a wide range of submissions from the Wharf Road residents, which were very much sharing similar messages, that loss of that access would have a significant implication for private properties. and for businesses and the such, and that they'd like us to, further explore the alternatives. One of which was included in the plan, which is that flood proofing and protection, which you can see, and then another, which I'll flick to on the next slide. So I guess in response to the submitter feedback, staff have recommended again towards the inclusion of an additional alternate option for Wharf Road, which would involve essentially moving or reconstructing a new route further inland. So this is for the section of Wharf Road at the head of Port Levy Harbour. So essentially there's a section of Wharf Road that is very much low-lying, a gravel section, before you get alongside the harbour and travel along the road, climbs up to much steeper elevations and is not at nearly the same level of risk from coastal hazards, at least not in the initial sort of coming decades. So the recommendation by staff is to include that option to accommodate the possibility of an additional landward route. Want to sort of touch on why staff have recommended that the preferred pathway remains the same, that yellow line, the alternate option of flood proofing and protection, so effectively raising that section of route with costs at around 10 to 15 million. This depends on the scale of road raising. There are 2 bridges there, so there's significant costs associated with essentially raising those pieces of asset to that additional height as well, and the associated stormwater and drainage management work as well. The move the road inland pathway has been costed around $16 million, so it's a similar cost to the flood proofing option. So effectively both of those alternate options which would be recommended for inclusion in the plan do come with significant costs, but obviously we note that there would be a benefit for private landowners through that. I think cool.
Okay, just to wrap up, we have a few key messages here that are a little bit tough. The first one is, realistically, we are not going to be able to do everything we want to do in the future and maintain the same level of service right across the district as we see these impacts occurring. We've got modelling that suggests around about $3.2 billion of council roads and Three Waters infrastructure could be impacted with 20 centimetres of sea level rise. That's middle of the century. That's only 25 to 30 years away. So ratepayers will be under increasing pressure as we respond to these risks, and we will need to start thinking about how we prioritise investments across the district. We're very mindful of the fact we are working in Whakaropo and Kokorarata only at the moment. With that in mind, the Coastal Panel have really proposed compromises that they felt were appropriate within the local context and with their local knowledge and understanding. And I really give them credit for that. Of course, it's really important to hear a wider group of people today and test those perspectives. There is no silver bullet. Every one of our adaptation pathways comes with compromises and changes, and that's something we're all going to learn to have to deal with. However, we know that for everybody that's difficult, and some of the submitters today will be indicating that there are some significant losses for them through this process, which we do acknowledge. I think we've been quite clear about the fact that this plan is flexible, so I won't labour that point any further. And I guess, again, you've also heard that some of our language and concepts, things like terms like road stopping, road closure, reduced levels of service, we can do better. We'd like to do better in articulating those to communities, and that's something we'll take away as a learning for the next part of our process. So thank you very much for your time. That's a wrap from us at the moment.
So we'll do some questions first, and these guys will come back afterwards because I want to get on to the submitters. We've got Tim, Sarah, Kelly and Yanni.
You may have mentioned it before, and I just want to concur with Mr. Miller's comments. So thank you very much for all your work. It's been outstanding. Nothing's ever perfect, but you've done a hell of a lot of work, so I really appreciate it. First of all, the $3.2 billion, because this is really focused on Banks Peninsula, does that cover the entire city? So from Waimak through, yeah, okay. And it also includes the possible risks with LPC, etc., or was that an extra on top?
That is just the council road network and Three Waters
okay.
network pipes. Yeah.
Thank you.
and just for coastal hazards.
So with the, just a nice little local issue, with the pump station in the Governor's Bay, does that have an access off the main road, or or is it all through the walkway?
Yeah, they do. Yeah, it is along that track. We did talk about possible route from the south, but that has an even longer stretch of track that would need to be.
Up, not
No, not
side,
existing.
Okay, great, thank you. Yeah, thank you. Just
Okay, Sarah, please.
Kia ora. Thank you so much for all of this. Council often gets accused of, putting out things that are predetermined, those kind of things, not engaging enough beforehand. Would it be fair to say that in this particular case, this is probably the most engagement and early development of stuff we've ever had as a council before even developing a plan?
Yeah, this has been a very unique engagement process for council, and it's been great to have the ability to work alongside community members in actually developing that plan, and to have chickens with the wider community along the way has meant that actually, the community have had a really good opportunity to feed into this draft.
And to clarify, while this is a staff report today with staff recommendations in blue on the report, the recommended pathways in the plan are ones that have been recommended by the Community Coastal Panel. Is that right?
That's correct.
And any of the future moves that need to be made, such as the road movings, those kind of things, they would be additionally consulted on at the time that council was starting to think about them, engaged and consulted on.
Yeah, so there would be whatever engagement or communication needed at the time where you make those distinct decisions about whatever assets.
Yeah. So the decisions today and on this particular plan provide pathways, but they're not the end of the decision making when it comes to these moves.
Correct.
Yeah. Thanks.
Kelly.
Yeah, thanks. Fantastic plan. It's so good to see council preparing for all future possibilities. I'm just curious in terms of once the plan is sort of set in place, I mean, do we have a formal mechanism for trigger points, etc., for action? And
Yeah, that's a really good question. Thank you for that. We were able to secure additional resources through the LTP, which will allow us to appoint an implementation lead. And that person will be bringing together the signals and triggers in this under the umbrella of a monitoring framework, which will help us when we move into other parts of the district to have consistency around the way we monitor these impacts. And part of that role will be to establish some structures and processes for revisiting this in the future, because, as you rightly point out, there will be decisions coming in the future. This isn't sort of a once and done situation. So we'll be coming back and reporting on how that function will work. It hasn't yet been determined, but we have a bit of time to do so.
yeah, because I think it would be really good, if people have some data that they can sort of follow and see the trends, because I imagine it would accelerate or slow, whatever.
Absolutely, and we're also really interested in incorporating into that some citizen science and some community-led reporting as we roll this out. So, yeah, absolutely.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Now, just we've got 4 more questions at this stage. We will be able to ask questions later on after the submitters, but the first submitter's supposed to be now. So if we start, we'll do these 4 questions, but please keep them real brief, because if we start late, we'll finish late. Yanni, please.
Thank you, and just obviously to acknowledge the huge amount of work that you've done in engagement and consultation. I guess that's why I was quite surprised with the Wharf Road that the feedback has been concerned around a perceived lack of consultation. So I was just wondering if there's a way that we could carve out that section to enable a greater degree of engagement and consultation before we make decisions on it.
So the Wharf Road residents, yes, they have indicated in their submission that they don't feel they were consulted. The fact that they've made submissions and that they're here to talk to you today shows that they have definitely engaged in the process. They have had the opportunity to feed into this. I think what has come through in the submissions is perhaps a little bit of shock that the road closure could mean something of a change for them. It's probably important to note that in the plan it states that any future changes and assets that would affect private property owners would be discussed with those property owners when it was relevant. For Wharf Road, for example, we're looking at potentially 20 to 40 years before anything becomes relevant. And so those landowners might not be the same. They might be different. We could have different funding mechanisms. We could have different forms of engagement. So they have definitely been part of this process, and they will be again when it becomes relevant.
Thank you, Yanni. Vic?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm interested in the decision-making process and reaching the recommendations, and I'm mindful that the funding pathways is out of scope of the meeting today. I'm still keen to understand what, if any, weighting did you give to funding when reaching your recommendations?
So the process of options development and assessment that was undertaken was one of multi-criteria decision making. So effectively we pull on a suite of qualitative analysis. So the STAG, the Specialist and Technical Advisory Group, assess the options and pathways against, let's say, technical criteria, for lack of a better descriptor. The Coastal Panel assess it against the community input, which was those community objectives, and then the Runanga for their own views and values, for example. And then there was a suite of other sort of criteria that come to play. We've also undertaken significant costing development with our technical services and design unit team for both the preferred options and pathways and the alternative options. So effectively those numbers, those costings then come in and sit alongside their other qualitative analysis, and the panel have had that information in front of them to make these recommendations. So an understanding of cost, an understanding of environmental implication, effectiveness and other criteria, and then have put forward their recommendations based on that. We haven't taken a formal cost-benefit analysis approach, but have taken that more qualitative assessment approach.
If I could just add to that, Tom, thank you, that the panel had access to those various assessments, and so when it considered the various pathway options, it was considering in the context of a range of potential impacts that might arise: environmental, economic, social, etc.
Thank you.
I'm grateful for that. Just one more final question. I'm really satisfied about the comprehensive and robust process, particularly around the pre-engagement, and it's great to hear that there's been so many hits on the website. But I was somewhat surprised then that there were only 88 submissions when there's been 8,000 hits on the website. Any comment on that?
Yeah, we do see this frequently when we consult on future-focused projects, particularly things that are complex, just like this process is. What I can say is from our out and about face-to-face engagement, there were definitely a lot of people aware of the program. There was a lot of comments around the tune of, council knows what it's doing, those kinds of things. So I think people were aware, but didn't necessarily feel the need to say anything about it. And I think the fact that we got those views on the website shows that they are definitely engaging with the content.
Thank you. Melanie, and then Aaron, and we'll get into it. You're right? Good. Aaron?
Yeah, I was a little concerned over those lack of numbers submitting, and also the disagreement was that's very Banks Peninsula, which is good to see. It's robust. The numbers, the pricing numbers, I'm finding a little bit alarming. Like the coastal pathway at 3 kilometres at 13 million. That's $4,300 per linear metre. I mean, making it a metre higher in solid concrete, $600 a linear metre for the concrete. It seems like it's alarmist rather than just solution focused.
Yeah, I can talk you through how we've generated the costing. So our parks team are currently engaging a contractor to look at the costs it would take to repair sections of that track, and they're repairing very discrete parts of that track to the order of $700,000. We've effectively applied that methodology across a larger expanse of track,
right,
and also recognised the fact that what they are doing is small ad hoc repairs, and what we're talking about is raising a section of seawall significantly higher And we also need to consider that the fact that the track would ideally also be raised to accommodate that, because if you don't, then waves overtop it, and then you just have essentially water everywhere.
Yeah, yes, it's a phenomenal number. And then the 3.2 billion, so that suggests it's I don't know, a sixth of all of Christchurch's assets would be affected, but they all get replaced in a cycle anyway, like no asset's more than 100 years old, essentially. So they're in a replacement. So the cost is not 3.2 billion.
The point up there is that's the cost, that's the amount of infrastructure that's at risk.
Right.
Yep. Okay, thank you. Right, thank you very much, guys. And we'll get into it. Now, the first one is on behalf of Next Generation Conversation, Hannah and Oliver. Is that right, please?
ICC.
You have 10 minutes. Good to see you.
So we're looking at 30 years.
Yeah. Now, press it again, mate. It's got to be green. Good on you.
Atamarie, my name is Hannah. I hope you all had a lovely and safe summer break. Thank you for this opportunity to share our thoughts and ideas on the Council's adaptation plan for Whakaropo and Kokoarata, Port Levy. Today we are representing the collective feedback from a group of 11 children and young people aged 11 to 16 years old from the Next Generation Conversation, better known as NGC. We have been meeting voluntary for over 3 years now and representing ourselves, not a school. We are a dedicated, loyal group focused on climate change, action and education.
Kia ora. My name is Ollie. You may have heard of us before. We have provided feedback on a number of your plans already, including the Coastal Hazards Framework and, more recently, Accelerating Adaptation Planning and the Community Resilience Fund in the long-term plan. We are happy to hear that both were supported and are going ahead. Thank you. To shape our feedback today, we thought we would briefly share our key values and what is important to us as a team. They include diversity, equity, respect, kindness, communication, and listening, considering, and working with the natural environment and all living things.
And now to our feedback. Firstly, thank you for doing such a great job on the engagement. We found the brochure really helpful when considering our feedback. Although some of our team is from Whakaropo area, not all of us are, which we think is a good thing as it brings in other perspectives. As you would have seen in our written submission, our feedback is based on 3 key themes: planning short and long term, nature preservation and transport roading, the marine transport network and alternative routes.
As a council, you're aware of the importance of a good plan. As the saying goes, failing to plan is planning to fail. Climate change is an intergenerational equity issue, as well as an ocean and a biodiversity crisis. We believe that acting now is important. Big intergenerational ideas need to be acted upon now to prevent long-term impacts on any adaptive measures. Investment into long-term planning will cut down on costs and improve these things sooner. This is why we're so supportive of accelerating adaptation planning. So, while we understand some things should and need to be staggered over the longer term, some things such as tree planting, infrastructure required for the marine transport network, flood control, and renewable transport needs to be invested and progressed now. Even if the impacts aren't as bad as predicted, taking these measures early will benefit the community and the city regardless. We understand none of this is cheap. However, economic considerations are only one factor and should be balanced with cultural, social, and environmental considerations. Supported by our values shared earlier, we have provided some opinions in our submission as far as who and how to pay.
Our next piece of feedback is around nature preservation. Whatever we do as far as adaptation planning, it needs to be done with nature. Ensuring humans are prepared and are safe is important, but all other living things also need to be part of the plan. This includes land and marine impacts and flora and fauna. Climate change impacts are already affecting the natural environment, including animals and their habitats. Although we acknowledge it isn't always doable, where possible, we suggest you to prioritize working with preserving nature. Your brochure shares that what people wanted the coast to look like in 100 years. We noticed that they most often talked about the natural features of the area, like trees, plants, and bird life. This included clean, clear, and healthy swimmable water. As a team, we strongly agree with this. We would like more native trees to be planted to provide habitats and help with the erosion and fire control to protect and increase wildlife. We would also like reserves to be established in the area. The reserves will also provide green spaces for people to enjoy and relaxing and natural soft barriers for flooding and erosion.
And finally, we would like to share some thoughts and ideas around transportation in the area, short and long term. We accept there is a place for roads short term. However, as infrastructure improves and the alternate transport increases, both in options and reliance, the dependence on roads should be decreased. This would mean accepting lower levels of service as time goes on. As people would have had time to get used to the idea, it won't seem so drastic. A key consideration, however, needs to be around access for emergency purposes, for example, medical, house, and wildfires. This may mean raising or moving specified emergency roads and ensuring communities are aware of all emergency procedures. To build capacity for other transport options, we would like to see an increase in support for the alternative transport, such as buses, bikes, and walking. For this reason, we are also supportive of the marine transport network. To achieve this and make them more attractive options, consideration would need to be given to the cost, for example, subsidise, convenience, times tables location, safety, especially on bike routes and walking tracks, and investing in infrastructure and renewable energy sources. However, as one of our key values, we are concerned about the impacts on the natural environment and the marine life in the harbour, as the harbour and its surrounds are used more frequently by more people. We suggest limiting the number of boats used in the harbour at one time, speed limits, and considering the types of boats being used.
I think one of the most important things to think about when it comes to climate change is safety. For example, the LA fires. It was such a tragedy, and so many people lost their homes. And in Ireland, there's just been a massive storm. My granddad had to leave his home, and when he came back, his garden was completely ripped up. He lost power for an entire day, and those are just some examples I can think of. We always need to be prepared because anything could happen at any time. As representatives from the NGC, we would again like to thank you for this opportunity. We were wondering if you had any feedback or questions for us. It would be helpful to get feedback for us, as anything you say or do now affects us for our future.
All good. Thank you very much. Now, anyone got any questions? No, you have done a fantastic job, and I congratulate you for coming in and putting your point of view across. Thank you very much.
Well, I have a couple of questions for you guys. So one of the ones I've written down is, what are the ways that the council includes the future generation in their decisions?
My learned friend here, we always look at, we've got to look at, like, you guys are our future. I've got a lot of grandkids and some of them very similar age to you, and they know a lot more about what's going on with the climate and pollution and all that sort of thing than I did even now. You know, so you guys are our future, so we've got to listen to what you guys are saying, because one day, one of you might be sitting here. So we need to listen.
Thanks. Any questions?
Okay.
How do you like to, for example, if you have a problem that in an area and you're all split into different opinions of how to solve the problem, how do you end up solving the problem if everyone's got different opinions about it and everyone's got different ideas?
Yeah, here comes an extremely great answer. It all comes, so more or less what you're saying, that a lot of people are going to have the same problem at the same time. Is that right? So it all comes down, 1, to priority, 2, to money, and 3, to if we can actually physically do it. So we're lucky in a way that we're thinking about what's happening today, and it's the 10 to 30 year thing. At least we're looking at it now, so we can say one day that's going to happen. It's not to say it's going to happen a wee bit quicker, or it might happen a wee bit longer, but at least when it does start to happen and the trigger points happen, we can start doing it. And maybe we can look at putting money towards things, knowing that, the Teddington Road's going to flood one day. We could build it up a wee bit earlier and sort of get ahead of the 8 ball. I can see one day going down the track, I don't know if you go to Sumner very much, but some of that Teddington Road could well look like the causeway that goes across by the estuary when going to Sumner, with McCormick's Bay on one side and the estuary on the other. And that's what I envision some of those roads, maybe a lot of the low-lying ones, will end up looking like. But we're starting the plan now. We don't have to wait 40 years and say, oh, we better hurry up. At least we've got a plan in place. So,
can I just add as well, Phil, that it's called debate. So when we get all different opinions from all different people, and some of them conflict, then we will sit around and we will, in a very mature, intelligent way, debate it. And so we try and convince all our colleagues. Well, I would try and convince my colleagues to agree with me, and they would do the same. And then we have a vote, and majority vote kind of makes the decision. But we do try to reach consensus where we can. Has that ever happened? I don't know, but yeah, that's... So it's called debate, and part of what forms our debate is listening to people like you that come in and give us your view.
So thank you very much for your time, Hannah and Oliver. Well done.
Thank you.
Okay. So now we have per our residents group, Jill Rice, please. Graham, good to see you, man.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm Jill, and this is resident Graham Christie as well in Pura. Thank you for being so proactive and actually going ahead with this process. Much appreciated. I think one of the things that came through was, yes, looking at the costings, we wanted more of a breakdown just on these numbers that are up there. I think that would have been helpful in your appendices. And also there was some query about the input of the data that you've used, and what you put in is what you get out. What are the sensitivities around that? That would have been helpful to maybe to have that as well. And how often are you going to revisit that data? I mean, we're projecting 100 years, but are we going to, 25 years, look at what's actually happened, revise that, adjust? So that would be helpful. I'll jump straight to our jetty in Pura, currently in a very bad state, actually. I know we've had engineers and surveyors there last year, but actually we've got piles coming away. The ramp is actually dangerous and concrete's coming away. So it's actually urgent that it needs upgrading, regardless of the future. You're proposing that we lift and raise it for the next 25 years. I mean, I don't know how old it is now. I've been there 25 years and there's very little being done to it. Certainly lasts beyond the 25 years. I guess we want you to think a little bit long term. That jetty would probably be a bit of a lifeline. If our roads are blocked, that's our only way out. So it's imperative that that's maintained. And I think big and just go for building something that's going to be 100 years proof. Why do 25 years? The community's not going anywhere. So definitely that's one of our key points for raising is the jetty. You'll have Pura Moorings Association coming in here later today as well. I think they're going to talk to you about that. Then I'm going to go on to our road. Currently, we've had a couple of incidents over the last few years of king tide, river flooding, and we've had a bit of backup onto our reserves. There have been 2 occasions really that were kind of freak occasions. We are seeing erosion. We've had some benches go into the sea already. That's certainly happening. We're not in denial. But we have had, the road was put in, say, in the 1930s. It was shifted again. And we have actually a lot of build-up in Pura where you've got a lot of sediment coming down. So we've actually gained a lot of foreshore. I've got some photographs I can send through to you later on. And you'll see that, like in the 1950s, the water came right up to the road. So we've actually had quite a change of a landscape there already. The main thing about that road is it's key to getting to our neighbours in Port Levy, very important. And we want that to be maintained. We want you, again, to think a bit long term. There's some queries about that Camp Bay Road. maybe not, reducing the maintenance on that. But again, that's really important because that's actually a higher road than when you come into Pura. That's actually quite lower lying there before the bridge. That's our lowest point. Camp Bay Road's higher. So they're going to, probably not have as many issues. But we do have a lot of farmers out that way. Stock need moving. That road, really, that link needs to be maintained. So we're really pushing for you to maintain that road. There's talk about maybe going back around in time, for that 100-year event and maybe rerouting the road. Again, we'd concern from some of those neighbours. How would you route it? Compulsory purchase? Who are you eyeing up? They'd like to kind of know those things now, if that's the case. We'd like a little bit more than just we're thinking of rerouting. What would it look like? And yeah, our preference is really for you to look after that road that's there, if you can. So that's our sort of road reserve area. Within that, we've got a toilet in our reserve, which hasn't actually been repaired since the quakes. And that's also up for discussion about where that might go. Again, it's in that low-lying area. I think the preference from the community is, I think some money set aside for that already, is maybe to put it down at the eastern end of the bay, near that Camp Bay Road end, where it's more high-rise. There's talk about maybe that going inland, but it makes more sense to be there available for public. I'd say also, we're having some concerns as well about the foreshore at the moment, where you're actually about to spend about 120,000 on beautification and landscape plan. It's following a process that we were all dealing with on Monday. Just wondered whether that money might be better spent now, starting to do something to protect that road. Beautification's great, but really that's a lot of money. We could be starting at phase 1 in protecting that road. So maybe just thinking about where the money's going would be good. So they're the sort of major concerns that sort of came from the community. The immediate stuff in Pura. I think the harbour is a community. We're connected. We're connected to our schools. They do a lot of things together. Those roads are vital to keep that connectivity. If we're not going to have that, then we need maritime. We've got our ferry already, Diamond Harbour, but we would need more of that if we're going to have less roading. If you're not going to invest in roading, we need you to look at an alternative. Now, that wasn't mentioned in this whole process or your presentation. So, yeah, we'd like you to look further into those alternatives for connecting us together if the roads are out. Another one was civil defence. If you make Gebbies our main road out, we've had these fires. We couldn't use Doris Pass when the fires were on, these last 2 fires. So, yes, we had to use Gebbies. But what if we've got fires in Gebbies? What's our way out? It's Doris Pass, it's Teddington Road. It's really quite crucial. We need 2 ways out. Going over the hill to Port Levy isn't an option, and on the gravel roads and out, it's just too slow and it's not safe. So one road in is not enough. So we really would like you to consider that Teddington Road to maintain it, not abandon it. Yes, it floods. There's weak points. Again, they're only weak points. I think it's worth saving anyway. I mentioned the ferries. Also schooling. Our high school kids go to Kashmir. That's our zone. So they use that Teddington Road. So we want, again, that road to be maintained for our children to go to high school. The other option is, yes, Gebbies. We used to once upon a time go to Lincoln, but that's really not on at the moment now. It's Selwyn. It's just busting at the seams. In fact, Kashmir is already an issue nearly. But yeah, it's really important for us to have that route for our children. The bus goes all the way from Port Levy, Purau, through Teddington, picks up the Governor's Bay kids and into town. So really important to have that connection. And also any of those roads really along there, we're wanting you to look into protecting them. So I guess the message is, start now, phase it in. The community's willing to help you as well. We're pretty resilient out there. We have to be because of where we live. But we're also willing to contribute our time, who knows, money, but to, protect where we live. We don't want the community to be abandoned. We're just, looking at a different way of living, and we accept that. But yeah, so anyway, open to questions if you want to ask me anything about Pura.
Yep, great. Sarah, please.
Thanks so much. I just wanted to assure you there was some miscommunication last year, and we heard a staff presentation at the beginning of today that you might have missed. There isn't a proposal to close Teddington Road.
No, but
Yeah.
just
So it does remain.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
just the maintenance of it. I mean, the impression is that it's going to be reduced, and we want something better than just open occasionally. It needs to be
No,
open.
it would be closed occasionally.
Yeah.
As opposed to open
Oh,
occasionally.
okay, other way. Okay, but
That's the plan.
to maybe limit
we've-
that. Try and get it open as much as possible. Again, because of that civil defence, because of the schooling, it's really important. It's our lifeline to the rest of the harbour.
There's been some changes
Yeah.
to the plan and the wording to make all of that stuff clearer.
Okay.
Based on the feedback that you and others have given.
Okay,
Yeah.
great.
Yanni, please.
Thank you. Thank you for your submission. I was just really interested in the ferry. You talk about it being reinstated,
Correct.
possibly, and I was just wondering, why was it removed in the first place, and what would be the benefits?
I think because a long time ago the jetty used to come out and go like that, and it was accessible. But actually now the jetty's half the size and it was, or the wharf. So I think that's probably something to do with it. I'm not sure really why that service stopped. That was sort of just before my time, but there was a link there some time ago, and it would be really good to have that coming back.
So currently now, if people want to get the ferry, it just goes from Diamond.
Yeah, I mean, you can go to Rapapa Island as well. Like the ferry will go to Rapapa Island, it's for more of a day out sort of thing. But it used to come into Purao as well. So it'd be nice to have that connectivity again. But yes, you have to go up to Diamond Harbour.
Right.
But it'd be good to have that. If we got a proper jetty again, we can do that. So think big.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Good on Yanni. And Tyrone, you've got 18 seconds.
Thank you. Hi,
Tyrone.
Jill and Graham. Good to see you again. And so, would it be fair to say you'd like to see council consider the provision of reserve land in Purdo away from the water, really, like in future, like at some point?
Yeah, we'd love
Just
you
get
to.
that into
We'd
the
love you to
future planning.
compensate us and provide more reserve
I know
land inland.
That's kind of not what I'm.
Yeah.
You know what I mean.
Yeah. We realise we're going to lose some.
Because the current reserve's at risk.
Oh, absolutely. So why start spending lots of money on it? Let's be more defensive.
Yeah.
And start protecting what we've got.
Start thinking about reserve land further down the Purdo Port Levy Road kind of thing.
Yeah, I think so.
In future. Thank
that
you.
was the feedback. Yeah,
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Jill.
Thank you.
That was a very good common sense submission. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm a bit like that.
I hope that guy next year had nothing to do with it.
Thank you.
Rightio. Now we've got Port Levy Residents Association. Margie Newton, please. Hello.
Hi everyone, it's Margie, by the way.
Sorry.
Good morning. I'm Margie Newton. I'm speaking to the submission that the PLRA, that's the Port Levy Residents Association, submitted in regards to the Coastal Hazards Adaptation Plan. The submission was very short. I hope you've read it. But the reasons behind this submission are substantial and important, which is why I'm glad to be able to speak to you today. I remind you that I'm speaking on behalf of the whole of the Port Levy Residents Association. We have 144 members on our emailing list at the moment, as the chairperson of this group. We represent the majority of the residents in the Bay, and we have close ties with the Runanga, which is the other large group in our Bay. To start with, I'd like to say that we understand the need for the Coastal Hazards Adaptation Plan for planning for climate change and sea level rise in our vulnerable coastal environments. A managed retreat has to be planned, and that will necessitate some really tough decisions and some careful allocation of the resources available. And those decisions must be made by you on our behalf. As representatives of the Council, you have a grave and important responsibility to make decisions on our behalf which foster cohesive and prosperous communities that represent the interests of its citizens and with the strategic priority of being inclusive and equitable. And those are quotes from your website. I know the residents of Wharf Road have sought legal counsel in the writing of their joint submission, and it covers all the factual, evidence-based and legal information required to support it. You'll hear that later. Other submissions will give expert opinions on coastal erosion, on environmental protection and the effects of climate change in Port Levy. But as I'm representing the community, my focus will be on the people of Wharf Road, whose needs and concerns you are bound to consider. The residents of Wharf Road are citizens of Christchurch City, just like the other 415,100 people who live in this district. They're entitled to the same consideration as all the other residents, regardless of where they live. They pay rates and they contribute to the economy and the welfare of the city. They already get very little in return, it's got to be said. They benefit from no waste management, no water, no sewage management, and a single gravel road, which is the only access to their homes, businesses and properties. Here are 7 very good reasons why Wharf Road in Port Levy should remain open. The first, at the far end of the road, the Helps have a large cattle and sheep farm, managed by another local family, the Howdens. Access to the farm is Wharf Road. There's also a mussel farm off the coast of the property, managed by people who must also use Wharf Road as access. They have 2 rental cottages on the farm. All guests and cleaners must use Wharf Road as access. And the Helps themselves have a large family home. Next on the road are Martin and Verity, a couple who run a hugely successful B&B in their house, which is booked solid for most of the year. Both Martin and Verity are very much loved residents of the Bay, who make a huge contribution to our community by organising all our community events. Then we have the Barnetts property, Kaihope. It's a large farm which has been in their family for generations. Richard also leases several other properties around the bay and is a very busy man indeed. They also own the massively successful Ecopod up on the Port Levy Hill, which is always booked out, as well as having an historic B&B cottage on their property dating back to the 1890s. The Barnetts employ a number of people, all who use Wharf Road daily, as well as the considerable farm-related traffic. Further back down toward the head of the bay are the Craw family. They are 3 generations living on a large farm in a range of houses, including Carolyn and John and some of his children. John commutes into town as a lawyer, and they also have a B&B on their property. Clearly, Wharf Road is a very desirable location. The farm is currently leased to the Barnetts further up the road. Below the Craws are the O's, a working couple of lawyers who recently purchased the cottage and have spent a lot of money upgrading it to a very high standard, including their building platform very high to combat sea level rise as required by the council. Next to the O's are the Barabos. Kathy and Jim built their retirement home in the 2000s and have been spending half their time there ever since, except for a period of time during COVID when their son and his family lived there full-time. And finally, our house is the first on the road. We use Wharf Road to access our cattle yards in the bottom of our property, as does Richard Barnett, who leases our property and uses our yards as a base for all his farming operations. Our back neighbour, Jackie Broadbent, also uses our Wharf Road access to her farm property. So that's the 7 groups of people who will feel the immediate impact of the Wharf Road proposals. Increased insurance, reduced property valuations, reduced saleability of property, more difficult access to their properties for themselves, their guests and businesses, emergency services, and to council works and maintenance as time goes by. In the future, if Wharf Road is eventually closed, all those properties and people will be forced to move. The majority of members of the Residents' Association do not live on Wharf Road, but we are united in our belief that it is an important and much used asset to our community that must not be written off. Many people use the beach at Kaihope, the stretch at the head of the bay, and the slipway halfway along Wharf Road to launch boats and kayaks, to go fishing, to go swimming, to access the bay, the mussel farm, or simply to walk along by the sea. So, why does the council feel that Wharf Road is not worth saving? There is a duty from you to better explore the options for saving it, which could include some strategic coastal planting, some erosion control, building up the short stretch of road by the sea, or moving the road further up from the sea, through some paddocks which are clear of existing structures, which belong to residents of Wharf Road who have a clear interest in keeping it open. But nobody has inquired. The cost of these alternatives to closure couldn't be too prohibitive. I know $10 to $15 million was suggested to you as the cost of building up that short stretch of road, but that has got to be the most expensive option, and as far as I'm aware, no other options have been explored. We certainly have not been approached in any way. As $35 million has been allocated to protecting the other coastal assets of our small town of Port Levy, it certainly doesn't seem equitable to me that Wharf Road is not deemed worthy of any money. Equitable consideration must mean that Wharf Road is given the same treatment as any other road in Christchurch City, and you've mentioned a few yourself which have already been proofed against sea level rise. Just because a small stretch of it lies close to the sea, it doesn't mean it should be written off as not worth the money. I know of roads in our district which have had several $1 million spent on them just last year for the benefit of one family property. Goffs Bay Road is that example. Power Bay Road and Long Bay Road were also repaired last year at the cost of millions, and the access to them is a couple of properties. So, why does the council feel that Wharf Road is not worth saving?
Thank you very much. You used up your time right to the last dot, and very clear what you're putting across. Thank you very much for coming in.
No worries. Any questions?
No, we've run out of time, sorry, and we're already running out of more time. So, Governor's Bay School, Angie, please. And a few helpers. Good to see these young people.
Kia ora katoa. My name is Arlo. Thank you for the opportunity to share our thoughts and ideas on the Council's adaptation plan for whakaropo on Kokorata Port Levy. Today, we are here representing feedback from Governor's Bay School, Year 6 to 8 class of 2024.
Kia ora. My name is Xavier. Over the past few years, our senior classes have been learning about climate change. Not just the science, but also the actions we can all take to mitigate and adapt to the impacts. This has been included exploring different worldviews and perspectives, critical thinking, and our rights as children to have a say on things that interest and affect us.
Kia ora, my name is Ben. Climate change is obviously something that both interests and affect us, not just now but in the future. Although the impacts of changing climate are already being felt and experienced, we know that they will affect our lives and future generations more. So before we get to our targeted feedback, we want to thank the Council for planning ahead for the impacts of climate change. There has already been a lot of talking, but not always a lot of actual planning and action.
Kia ora tātou, my name is Lumi. Although we discussed wider plans for Whakaropa, we mainly focused on Allendale, the Governors Bay Foreshore Track and Governors Bay Teddington Road. We also have some feedback on the suggested marine transport network and harbour in general.
The first bit of our feedback is around the foreshore track. We really love the track and use it a lot for walks, runs and riding bikes. It also provides access to the water. Visitors to the bay often come just to walk the track. The track is a big part of who we are, not just now, but also for the history that it holds. Therefore, although we accept that it will flood and erode more and more, at some point it will need to close, we do not agree with your current preferred pathway between now and then.
Firstly, we noticed that within 5 or so years, you'll stop maintaining the track and move to a lower level of service. We are keen to know more on what they'll actually look and feel like, including whether we will still be able to walk, run and bike on it, and be able to access the water.
Secondly, we also noticed in your preferred pathway that about 30 or so years you'll go straight to closing the track, skipping the protect option. We'd prefer that between now and the threshold of closing it, that you consider protecting the track. And whatever you do, ensure all other living things are considered and protected as part of the approach.
We would now like to discuss the road. We agree that the road should be maintained and agree with the general direction of your preferred pathway. However, we think you should act on the threshold of raising the road or even moving it earlier.
Our preferred pathway is to maintain the road for about 30 or so years and then go straight to raising it or moving it in about 40 or so years, bypassing the lower levels of service option. And again, whatever you do, ensure all other living things are considered and protected as part of your approach.
Our final feedback is around the marine transport network and the harbour in general. Generally, we like the idea of the marine transport network. Something we would like to see in your plan is to make sure that whenever possible, the boats being used are eco-friendly and use renewable energy.
We would also like there to be a focus on limiting the impact of the system on the marine life and the surrounding natural environment.
And finally, as a class, you may have noticed we really are keen to protect all other living things as well as humans when planning for climate change. We really like the idea of Te Whakaropa becoming a marine reserve and Quail Island becoming a sanctuary for bird life. We would also like to see more trees. So a plan for planting trees would be good, especially native ones and ones that don't burn easily.
In 40 years, I'd like to come back and be able to actually see the dolphins. This is our harbour and we can fix it up. We can do this because with the right path, our harbour will be restored. We'd like the foreshore track to be restored too. The foreshore track, which our forefathers and mothers walked along gathering food for the everyday. This is our heart, soul and future, and we are all in control of it. All of the people in our community have walked along this track. I grew up on this track. Our beloved Margaret Mahi walked along this track. So together we will fix it up. Like little fish, we are stronger together.
I think we should think about the ocean and marine life first, because we want as a community to be able to walk down to the ocean and be able to jump off the jetty and splash and paddle in the shores. When we first looked around Governor's Bay to look round an open home, and there were flax bushes and there were several tuis. Now there are none. And we've been living in a house for only 2 or so years, and I can't imagine what it will be like in 10, 20 or 30 years unless we change.
Okay, Allendale Domains is an awesome... Okay, go.
Okay. The prisoners...
Allendale Domain is an awesome area to walk dogs, exercise horses/ponies, hold public events, and is a space for GBS, Governors Bay School, to do their athletics tournament. All the horse owners in Allendale use the domain for working their horses. There would be no place to ride in a flat area if it flooded. The fete that is held in October every year wouldn't have a place to be held if the domain wasn't there. It is also access to the waterfront/foreshore track,
which is the safest place for children that live in Allendale to walk to and from school, as well as a walk or run away from the road. Please can you protect this track because it is also a place to ride ponies and bike and access the water, which is a fun place and it's nice to live. Yeah.
As a team and the class who aren't here today, we would like again to thank you for this opportunity. We look forward to working with you again in the future. We have now come to the end of our presentation, and we were wondering if you had any feedback or questions for us. It would be helpful to get feedback for us, as anything you say or do now affects us for the future.
Thank you very much, Governors Bay School. You've done a fantastic job for your school. I have one question from Tyler at the moment.
Yeah. Kia ora koutou. You guys did amazing. Thank you so much for coming in. I just wanted to ask a bit more of a personal question. What's your most favourite thing about Governors Bay, and what do you like to do the most?
I like going down to the jetty and jumping off it. Just really fun. You can do it with your friends, and it just brings everyone together.
I love how small the community is in Governors Bay. It's such a tiny community, and it's really nice. Going up the Zephyr Terrace track is really fun, and it's completely bush out there, and it's so nice.
I like how our community is really connected, and there's so many fun things to do, and I feel like growing up there would be really fun, and there's not much, there's nothing, you would never be bored.
I also really like the force track, like I said before. I like to ride my ponies on it. It's really nice because we can exercise them and get them fit for going ahead into shows and stuff, but it's also a really nice place.
That sounds like you've got a really strong connection to your neighbourhood, eh?
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you so much. They're great answers.
Celeste?
Thanks, guys. Great presentation. And I just want to, mostly just some comments, but I think I was reading through your presentation and your feedback, and you asked some really good questions about, in terms of the marine transport plan, how will that work in practice? So I just want to acknowledge that you guys have made some really good points. And I also like the idea of Quail Island, your suggestion around making that a sanctuary for bird life. I think it's a genius idea, so well done. And also your comments around making sure that we consider trees and nature and plantings, because it's easy to focus on roads and infrastructure, but nature's a really big, important part of adapting to climate change. So I just want to say you guys have done an awesome job, so thank you.
Thank you. Thank you
Last
for
one.
this opportunity.
Last one, Kelly.
Thanks, guys. Really good presentation. Just in terms of what you do in your community, are you guys involved in any plantings and predator-free stuff? Because I'd certainly, I know what you mean in terms of the bird life, etc. Yeah.
I did some planting in Autumn Bradley. I did the William Pike Challenge, which means I had to do 20 hours of community service, and I did a bit around around Governors Bay. No, not at the moment, but I'm sure that there was traps and trapping things out in the portals that we could get involved in.
There's a great movement with predator-free. I bought some traps myself, and it's certainly bringing the bird life back in certain places. So it might be something really good to get your teeth into.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much for the effort you put in. Well done.
Thank you.
Okay, Banks Peninsula Community Board, Asif? Yeah, thank you. Welcome, mate. Good to see you again.
Yep. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to make a submission on the draft plan. I take you have read the report. I just want to make some overarching comments. It's really good proactive action by the council and very good presentations by Next Generation Conservation and Governors Bay School. We get quite a lot of those at the board. And thank you, Jane and Tom, for a good plan. One good thing about the plan I personally like and other board members share is its community-centric approach. It has been very focused. There's been quite a lot of community involvement in getting feedback and analyzing their data. And it has been presented really well. It's a proactive planning approach, and all the options are nature-based solutions. So I think it is a really good organic way to address climate change on the peninsula. Some critical aspects that the plan has highlighted is resource limitation, both funding and others. And we have noticed that it has taken a couple of years for the team to develop a plan for Whakaropo. And Banks Peninsula is a bigger, wider community. There are a number of other places they would like similar plan done, but because of the resources, they can't be achieved. So that is obviously one of the key limitations. As we know about the climate change, it's uncertain. The outcomes are uncertain. So while we acknowledge the limitations, the uncertainty is the key, and it makes us hard to make a decision, both for you as a council and for anyone who develops a plan like this. There are significant challenges, as it has been identified in the plan, including closure or partial closure of various roads and services in that area, which will have an economic impact because a number of communities from that area, they commute to Christchurch and other parts to make a living. Farming community is quite play a significant role on the peninsula. One key limitation of the plan is a limited data on blue carbon potential under which has potential and could be included. Blue carbon captures and stores in coastal and marine areas, which could really be identified. Going forward, because of the climate change, a number of farms on the peninsula are being turned into pine plantations. They will have a significant impact. As we have seen in Auckland flooding, one event that is estimated to be 9 to 14.5 billion cost. Infrastructure is the key for peninsula. Numerous communities, they either have one road, and there's no alternatives to that. And other members, submitters made a comment this morning that is quite critical for them. Tracks, Governor Bay to Ellendale foreshore track is quite critical for these communities, as you have seen, that it is being used in a number of ways by everyone, both visitors and the residents of all age. Jetties and water infrastructure is quite critical for Banks Peninsula in various ways. As was mentioned by someone about fire, that water infrastructure, jetties become critical. Imagine if we had a Port Levy fire and extends to Governor's Bay, and that's it. So it will be very challenging and need thoughtful planning when investing in those infrastructure on the peninsula, especially in reference to this plan. And there are concerns about landfills around Ellendale landfill. If sea level rise continues with this rate, we'll see a lot of old dumps will end up in our harbour. So it will have a significant impact, and there is a lot of data research globally and in New Zealand, which supports that to mitigate and address that issue before it is too late. Banks Peninsula, it's estimated that by 2040, we could experience 30 mil sea level rise, which is estimated to impact our 20,000 properties worth 14 billion in Christchurch and Banks Peninsula, which is a significant number. So we have to ask whether investment now in adapting to this plan or mitigating, what is the cost, what would the cost be if we didn't act now? The cost for fire on Port Levy, it was $3 to $4 million. And there are ways we could monitor it, address it proactively earlier. That cost is very limited. But the cost when a hazard happens, that is where it hurts the council the most. I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Yep, Yanni, please.
Thank you, and thank you for the board submission. I'm not sure if you heard the previous submitter around Wharf Road, but there was some concern around council's investment into some roads that had a benefit much less than the future protection of Wharf Road. Did the board, I just note in your submission there's no reference to Wharf Road. I was just keen to know if the board had considered the Wharf Road issue or had a perspective around what was proposed for there.
I can't speak for the board on that particular case. But when it comes to council, you have to make a decision of cost and benefit. So if you just put a dollar value to everything, then yes, it is not economical to maintain that road. But if you add the cascaded value that it brings to that community, both social and cultural aspects of that area, you just can't overlook that. So economics is not everything. It is the social aspects that mean to the people there, and the people who chose to live there, they live there for a reason. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. That's brilliant. Thanks for making the time to come in.
Yeah, no other questions? Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you.
Good on you. Right, Federated Farmers, is Carl here, please?
Good morning, councillors.
Hey, bud.
Thank you very much for allowing us the time as Federated Farmers to speak to you on this submission. I believe you would have all had time to read it. So just a few, the main concerns for us is about the Wharf Road potential closure, and also the fact that there seems to have been a lack of consultation in that area. The option of reduced maintenance, effectively looking at straight away, effectively looks to close the road as a set decision, because if you reduce maintenance, obviously the road will deteriorate. Then the argument to close the road becomes greater before alternative options have even been looked at. So we do believe that the flood proofing and protection could be looked at, and whether it could be relatively cost effectively done. But the main concern is making sure that this doesn't set a precedent for other roads in the Banks Peninsula and Christchurch City rural area, where roads are moved down the scale, effectively reduced maintenance and then eventually closure, impacting the rural sector quite considerably. So, and we just ask that we remind the council that their focus on key priorities of roading is quite a key focus in this area. When this road does provide to 9 dwellings, 36 land titles, and including three farms. So as the previous submitter did say, there is quite an economic benefit in keeping the road open for those properties and making sure that there is some way to work forward with some consultation with those landowners to look at keeping that road open for the next, it's been open for 100 years. Why shouldn't it be open for the next 100? Any questions on our submission?
Tyler, please.
G'day, Carl. Hey, I remember as a young fella going through Wharf Road, and the sea during high tide usually used to come right up to the road sometimes, particularly on big weather events. I'm wondering, with the last submission around the Port Lever Residents Association, they talked about the potential of moving the road towards closer to land and to the farms to potentially go over some titles. Do you think there is any potential in the sharing of title to get a road going through those properties?
I think that's a very clear question of the fact that, like we say, there hasn't been that consultation to determine that factor. I mean, you'd have to actually have time to do a consultation with those landowners to be able to have that as an option.
Okay.
And that this here says that there hasn't been that consultation as such.
Yeah. Would there be any other alternative solutions from the Federated Farmers' perspective in being able to keep that road open without having that coastal inundation?
Yeah, I think the only one that we looked at is about a 400 metre stretch that is low lying.
Yeah.
And whether there's rock available locally over in the bay there to readily lift that up at a cost effective rate would be the sensible option.
Awesome. Very good. Cheers.
Thank you. I've got a question, Carl. As you said, the only bit that's low-lying is about 400 or 500 metres long. And that, if it's 8 metres wide and 1 metre deep, is 3,200 cubic metres. Now, that's not a hell of a lot of shingle in anyone's language. And even if it was placed at $200 a cubic metre, that's only $640,000. I understand also it says about erosion on the other part of the road, but that's happening anyway. Right now, for the last 100 years, there's been erosion, and when it slips, someone will clean it up and tidy it up. So it's only, in my view, for what I'm seeing, the only bit that's the bit at risk is the 400 or 500 metres long that could be quietly built up over a number of years as the water comes up, and just leave the rest of it, because it's all gravel, the whole thing. I am right in that?
Yes, it is.
So it's only probably graded 3 times a year, is it?
I believe I've been told by the residents maybe 2.
Okay.
So
yeah,
if we
and
reduced maintenance, will be down to 1, in which case the road deteriorates.
But a gravel road
rapidly.
that's not getting used a hell of a lot, and it's made out of good AP40 that Teddington make, it holds itself together real good. So that's something that I think we should certainly look at, because it's not a lot of dough for a short piece to keep everything else open. Sarah. Okay, cool. Aaron?
Just on that, if the council, just thinking how some farmers work and have over the last 150, 200 years, if the council abandon the road, how does that work in most rural districts? Do local farmers kick in and turn up with the grader an extra time a year and keep it alive?
Well, at the moment, from what I understand, the landowners actually take care of the road most of the time anyway. So if there's a small slip, if there's a tree down...
That was the history of BP anyway, that a lot of that was done for decades.
Yeah, but that's the thing, that at the moment, it's a council asset. And at the moment, landowners still take care of the majority of it. If there's a small slip, if there is a tree that comes down, they don't go and ring the council to come clear it away at a cost. So at the end of the day, it's, trying to keep that asset open for other road users and other landowners in the future. And if we look into the next, with this plan looks out over the next 100 years, who's to say that 9 dwellings doesn't become 20, 30, as the sprawl of the urban environment takes place and people live more remotely. And I mean, it's a beautiful place over there, so there's no reason why people wouldn't...
It's going to be underwater.
Some of it will be, potentially.
Okay. Pauline, and then we'll move on to the next one.
One of the alternative options is to just reduce the use to private use. What's your view on that?
Well, the problem is that there is obviously 2 other truncating roads off Wharf Road. So how would you then split the cost of that between all the various landowners in terms of maintenance? Becomes quite difficult.
Just private use, not private,
not public use.
Yeah.
But then who would be responsible for the maintenance and things like that of
the council still would, but it limits the use.
The traffic.
It's just
again, that would be something that a consultation would highlight.
Yeah, hasn't been discussed.
That hasn't been discussed as far as I'm aware.
What do you? Thank you, Carl. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okie doke. Lloyd's, please. And what have we got? A solicitor on behalf of Wolf Road. Good to see you.
Don't hold that against me. Good morning. My name is Lloyd Scully and I'm presenting on behalf of the Wharf Road residents. Beside me is John Crawl, who lives on Wharf Road, and in the gallery behind me, a number of the other Wharf Road residents presenting today. Now, just to set the scene, for those that don't know the Port Levy area, I prepared a few slides. And like everyone said, it's a beautiful part of Christchurch, and I say Christchurch, not Banks Peninsula, because we are one district. And as you can see, Port Levy is a sheltered harbour, and this picture shows the end of Pura, Port Levy Road. From here, you either turn right to the jetty or left along Wharf Road. This next slide shows the start of Wharf Road. Like everyone's mentioned, it's gravel, and the first 500 metres is the only part of the road that is affected by the coastal flooding. And since the road gradually goes up, it doesn't get affected. And in this next slide are the roads in Port Levy. Both are dead ends and is the only access for residents. However, only one road is proposed to be closed, and that's Wharf Road. Along Wharf Road, a number of residents and families, businesses, Airbnbs, and 3 farms. These are rate-paying residents, some of whom have lived here for decades. They know the land, are a tight-knit group, and can comment on what weather effects have occurred and how it's affected the road. Now, I have a confession to make. I don't actually live on Wharf Road, but if I did, I'd probably have to brush up on my swimming skills if council decide to close it. Now, you would have read in our submissions that the residents along Wharf Road did not receive direct communication about the plan. While the council consulted with a number of groups in the wider community, schools, via newsletters, radio, Facebook, and so on, there was not one letter sent to directly affected residents along Wharf Road. And now my second confession. I've worked at council before in the city planning team in a previous life, and so I know what the consultation process is. Consultation requires identifying who your stakeholders are and those that would be most affected. And even council documentation, up on screen now, stated that residents directly affected and those impacted by access dependencies would be engaged, as you can see. And it's clear and undeniable that the most affected of the closure of Wharf Road are the residents of the road. So understandably, the residents are frustrated with this lack of engagement and consultation. And it's also disappointing that the people who use the road, who know the area and conditions, who would have been a real asset to the coastal panel, could have provided meaningful input into the plan, were not involved at all. Now, I believe reliance was placed too heavily on residents' groups to spread the word. However, it was noted, if you see on the slide now, from minutes from a working group meeting back in 2021, that resident associations are unlikely to be the true cross-section of the community. So I find it difficult to understand how a one-page letter informing residents that they are directly affected by the proposed plan did not happen. We do note that since the residents were made aware of the plan by accident, we contacted council to arrange a meeting, which happened late last year, and we thank council for making this happen. And as a result of that meeting, there are a couple of recommendations in the report in front of you today. But who knows what other recommendations and changes should have or could have been made if the residents were informed and consulted earlier. Now, I now move on to the definition of closure. On the slide are screenshots from the plan. Under Wharf Road, it currently reads that as these impacts increase and the road becomes unsafe and unable to be used, we'd need to explore the partial or full closure of the road. Eventually, it will need to be closed to some or all types of traffic. In the glossary section, road closure is defined a road closure means that a certain section of the road is temporarily or permanently blocked off, preventing all or certain types of vehicles and pedestrians from using it. And when asked the meaning of closure in a webinar last year, Council responded with the following. Close refers to no longer providing the asset going forward and could involve either discontinuing maintenance or the full decommissioning of an asset. Now, English may not be my first language, but I don't know how anyone living on Wharf Road could read this and not get up in arms. It clearly indicates that your one and only access could be closed permanently to all types of traffic, probably including yours. Now, this may not have been the intention of Council, and we've read the proposed amendments to the definition of road closure. However, it still reads that there could be a possibility that it will be permanently physically closed, as shown above. And when closure means being landlocked, that's not an option that is acceptable to the residents of Wharf Road. Now, although the proposed new definition goes on to say, does not change the legal status of the road, that doesn't really mean much. All everyone sees and reads is that this road is being closed. Therefore, we propose that the wording on page 73 be amended as per above. I won't read all of it, it was in our submission, but the last sentence is crucial. For the avoidance of doubt, if Wharf Road is closed to the public, it will continue to be open to landowners, occupiers, and any person having authorised business requiring access to the properties. By accepting this proposed wording, you would be alleviating the concerns held by the residents. Now, we understand draft adaptation plans will eventually be rolled out to the rest of Christchurch, and getting terminology correct and reader-friendly should be a priority, or else you're just going to get the same reaction. Moving on to my last point. The council officer's report to include a second alternative option is great to see. Again, this came as a result of the meeting residents had with council last year. The option proposed on the screen now is to include the following. Again, I won't read all of it, but the last sentence proposed by council reads, this alternate option would be challenging and costly due to the lack of available public land and the need to manage drainage in, around, and below the new road. We propose to add the additional sentence at the end that reads, however, with landowner and or community support, it may be more feasible than other alternative options. Council must remember that in a tight-knit community, such as Port Levy, the landowners, the community, are more than happy to support workable alternatives. If proper consultation had been done, this alternative option could have been investigated fully and potentially could be more reasonable and a feasible option. We also note in Orion's submission that their asset goes across the same area that's susceptible to the coastal flooding. And you'll see this on screen now, and I've circled it in yellow. Now, if there was a combined approach with landowners, the community, Orion, and council, costs could be shared, making some of these alternative options that are deemed too costly workable. The concept of community partnership was also raised in the combined residents group submission, which we consider should be further investigated prior to decisions made in the future. Now, before I wrap up, I have to highlight the unfair treatment of Wharf Road compared to the other assets in the plan. If you review the brochure for Port Levy, it's evident that Wharf Road is missing. The brochure identifies Port Levy as just the section on the right and fails to recognise the residents and homes on Wharf Road. And in the report today, it says that Wharf Road's traffic volumes are less than 20 vehicles per day. Now, I don't recall seeing stats for any of the other assets in the plan, assets that are receiving substantial funding. Now consider this, 1.2 million is set aside for 3 toilets. A hall that hasn't been used for 2 years is allocated $630,000, and a beach access track, $750,000. How many people have been estimated to use those tracks and assets per day? Shouldn't an asset that provides access to residents be more of a priority, or at least receive some funding? Now, I hope the council considers our submissions and comments today. The text amendments we proposed are justified and simple to implement. They would provide residents peace of mind, ensuring they won't be landlocked, and that continued access to their homes is guaranteed. As for the preferred pathway and alternative options, further investigation is clearly needed to determine funding priorities. Does the council, now this is the biggie, does the council truly believe toilets and tracks are more important and deserving of funding than residents' access to their homes? The decision you make today will answer this question. Thank you for your time.
Absolutely. Sorry, we're out of time, but absolutely perfect timing. And I understand everything you're saying. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, Philip and Jane, please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Philip and Jane Helps from End of Wharf Road. Yeah, well, it's pretty well, everything I could say has been said. You've heard it loud and clear already, and I know there's more submissions to come to reiterate what's already been said. I'm happy for you to take our submission as being read, rather than me warble through it. However, there's a couple of points I'd like you to consider, and maybe people might have questions about it, and as part of my submission. Now, on the first page there, from what we've seen to date, there's been no factual evidence given to us about the sea level rise in Port Levy, the variation between mean high water and the top of Wharf and the top of and Wharf Road itself. Is it a metre above mean high water now, or is it 1.5 metres, etc.? So that was one issue I'd like you to think about long and hard about. The working party. I note there was no oceanographer on that working party. Now, I would have thought when the council dealing with potential sea level rise would have had an oceanographer on that party and taken, expert advice. As it turns out, we actually have a retired oceanographer living in the bay, and he's done extensive work for Littleton Borough Council over the years, and his words were the evidence presented to the council here from this plan, and this plan is just bollocks. He said there is no factual evidence that the sea level's potentially going to go up to 1.5 metres, it mentions worst case scenario. I think nationally we're talking about 1.5 millimetres per annum historically over the last 100 years. So just ask the council to really think long and hard about that business there. The other issue I'd like to just pull up is that storms and flooding is part of the equation here. Now, we had, in my experience, we've had one storm, we've had over 650 millimetres of rain in a week. Now, that obliterated the roads of Port Levy, the bridges, the bridge approaches, etc. And one thing we learnt there, one real lesson we learnt was we can survive without the power, the telephone, but by God, we can't survive without that access. And that's, wish you to keep that in mind. So, I'm open to any questions.
Yep. Yeah. Yanni, please. Yes.
Yeah, well, thank you for your submission. I was just interested in, and obviously it's a bit related to the previous submission that we didn't have time to ask questions of, but I get it that you're working as a bit of a collective. In my mind, I'm wondering whether it's better that we adopt the kind of we consider the alternative recommendations as part of this process and make a decision, or would it be preferable, given the concern around the consultation, that we carve out this particular section, allow more time for more engagement with local residents, and then come back with consideration. And I'm just wrestling with, we've heard some submitters say, here's some alternative options that you could adopt that would be useful. Then we've also heard that, there's been an inadequacy in how residents feel that they've been consulted and engaged. And I'm just wondering whether more time and more engagement with residents would get to a better outcome, or whether you think we're kind of in a position to make a decision based on the feedback that you're giving us today.
My personal opinion is that, yes, the residents of Wharf Road and Port Levy at large would just welcome more time, more consultation, sit around the table and come to a common sense conclusion. That's what it needs. There's bloody great options out there for you to take up.
Yeah, that's right. I've got one more question. You've been at the forefront of it all your life, so you know what's happening.
Yeah.
I was really, hello. I was really taken with the concept of community collaboration and forming a partnership with council to maybe investigate an alternative route.
Yes.
Do you think that's feasible?
Absolutely.
And do you think that the rest of the residents there would have buy-in?
Absolutely, without question.
So you've had some discussions about that sort of informal...
We've of course discussed alternatives amongst ourselves over time, but that's the way to go.
I mean, a big positive on that could bring it over the line would be if council did not have to purchase the land, of course. I don't know if you've had any discussions about that, but
I would say that would be your most expensive option.
Okay.
Good luck.
Thank you very much. Good to see you.
Thank you.
Right. Ho. Graham, please. Diamond Harbour Community Association.
So break up this one.
Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity to speak to our submission. And I'd like to start by thanking the Coastal Adaptation team and the technical group, and especially the Coastal panel for their work on this plan, which we really appreciate. As you'll see from our submission, we're generally in agreement with the plan's preferences as regards to the areas that are relevant to us. Our main item of disagreement is over the Teddington Junction to Governor's Bay stretch of the road, where the plan's preference is to let that be maintained at a lower level and put more into the safeguarding the route via Gebbies Pass. We can understand the logic in that, having one way out rather than none at all. But we are of the mind that there's a strong case for keeping both routes, and especially that there are important ways in which our community would be disadvantaged by a route that started to degrade more than or be less use than it is at present. It's obviously a road that's used on a daily basis by a large proportion of our residents. There's also services coming in, the tradies, all kinds of people who bring the petrol to us, the food to our supermarket. And then you've got the emergency services, the use of that route by ambulances, by fire vehicles. You've got the school pupils who go over the hill to schools. You've got the farm vehicles, keep farms connected with Christchurch. All of these people would be disadvantaged if they had to take a significantly longer route round via Gebbies Pass. We feel that the extra cost to both to travellers and to the economy is perhaps underestimated as far as the plan goes. At peak times, it could add up to about half an hour to a journey coming up through up the State Highway and through Lincoln Road, for instance. So it isn't a small amount, and on a return trip, that especially for people like your school pupils or the elderly, that could be quite a difference. We were a wee bit disappointed that the plan put forward costings and construction details which were along the lines of the preferred options rather than all options. We're glad that subsequently these have been added. That's good, but obviously they weren't available during the consultation. If there had been more like-for-like details, then I think we would have been more able to make a comparison. For instance, raising the whole road, not just the road up to Teddington Junction, but on from there to Governor's Bay. It was difficult to know how much that would be. Another point we feel is that there's a bit of uncertainty because at the moment the plan's only talking about going up to Gibby's Pass. So it's uncertain what will happen from there as regards the improvements that would be necessary from the road from Gibby's Pass to the State Highway and on the State Highway into town. That's an unknown quantity. Lastly, I suppose I'd like to say that we rather feel that it's not very much to ask, although finances are obviously always strained and we have to balance different areas. We're talking about 6 kilometres roughly of road to be treated here out of about 35 kilometres round the harbour. And 6 kilometres doesn't seem a lot if you're talking about protecting it for, say, 100 years. And it would mean a lot to the residents of our area. And we would like things to happen quicker than possibly envisaged in the plan. The stretch, especially at Orton Bradley, Charteris Bay, there are times where the high tide is within half a metre of the road. So rather than waiting another 5-10 years until something is done there, we would ask the council to make it a bit more urgent to protect the road. Okay, thank you.
Okay, that's brilliant. Any questions, please? Tyrone and Sarah.
Thank you. Kia ora, Graham.
Yep.
I haven't seen you in at least 18 hours. Thanks for coming in. Just on on the ferry, actually, just the route out of Diamond Harbour and over to Littleton and that. So I guess probably that's going to get more and more important over time. What are the sort of the improvements that I mean, council doesn't control necessarily all of the elements of that network, but what are the improvements that could be made in order to make that service better for people who need to commute? And so where are the kind of the gaps as you see it that we need to think about in the future?
I think we've been very lucky. We've had a new wharf, as you know, recently, and it works very well, and the service is good. They have upgraded the vessels every so often, and it's quite a good service. There's sometimes where there's not enough buses at the other end or connections to get people quickly into the CBD, but I think it's always going to be an important service, not only for local residents but also for tourism. I mean, after all, our area is a major one for people from Christchurch and further afield coming for recreational opportunities. So I think it's important on both sides that it's maintained.
And Sarah, please.
Thanks so much. Really thoughtful submission. Just recognising that at the time that council starts to make the really big decisions about some of these roads, such as Gebbies, Teddington, those kind of things, we're also likely to be having conversations with other parts of the city over their roading. So when it comes to council being able to prioritise not just within Whakaropo and Kokorarata, but also with the more urban parts of the city, the open coast, Akaroa, those kind of things, how do you see that fitting in with trying to keep everything everywhere? You know what I mean? You know, it's that how do you feel like council should be balancing that stuff up with multiple accesses for multiple communities, those kind of things?
I think, as I said earlier, I can understand the better one way than none. But I think the difference between the two routes is significant, both in terms of the time and the extra time and the extra costs that would be involved in going on the longer route. So yes, it is also a question of balancing funding for these type of things. But the amounts mentioned, and now that the extra detail has been provided, still don't seem an awful lot in terms of road construction for something that would protect our communities for the next 100 years.
Yeah, no, that's great. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And ladies and gentlemen, we've now come to what was a 15-minute break, but it's only 10 because we're a wee bit behind. And there's people patiently waiting up there. So we'll come back at 10 to 12, please. Excellent, well done, we're all here. Okay, so now we have Dinah Wallace, is it?
Oh, no, that's
From behalf of Littleton School. Okay. It's very good to see the schools getting involved in this.
Good luck. Be proud.
Is this great to be here rather than at school doing stuff?
Yeah.
School hasn't started yet, has
Yeah,
it?
so it might have.
Oh.
Yeah.
The floor is yours, far away.
Atamaria, my name is Molly. We are really excited about this opportunity to share our thoughts and ideas on the Council's adaptation plans for Whakaraupo and Kokorarata Port Levy. Today, we are presenting the collective feedback from a group of 15 students from Littleton Primary School. Over the past few years, our senior classes and our Nature Rangers team have been learning about climate change. This included exploring the science behind and impacts of climate change, as well as investigating actions, different worldviews, and perspectives relating to our changing environment. We've also been exploring our rights as children to share our perspective and ideas on things that are important to us. To help raise awareness about climate change, we also designed and created a street art mural in our community called Pick Your Path.
Kia ora tātou. My name is Elsie. Climate change is obviously a big thing, and something that both interests and affects us as children and young people, not just now, but in the future. And although we are all starting to see and feel the impacts of a changing climate, we also know it will affect our lives and future generations to come. Working with diverse communities, planning ahead and taking action now is extremely important. We think it is great that the Council is committed to doing that. There has already been a lot of talking, now we need to act.
Tēnā koutou. My name is Joss. Although Littleton is not currently part of the adaptation plans for Whakaraupo, because we live in and enjoy the area, we thought it was important to share our thoughts and ideas on the plan. Our feedback focuses on Whakaraupo in general, providing feedback on how coastal hazards may impact the things we enjoy and value, and what we would like to happen to protect and maintain them. We also have some feedback on the suggested marine transport network.
We all agreed that Whakaraupo is a really special place and we love living here. Our favourite things are the culture and vibe of our Littleton and Bays communities, the wildlife, both on the land and in the water, and our unique natural environment. Therefore, our key messages we would like to share are: protect our environment, especially the animals, sea and hills. Respect what nature contributes to our lives here. Look after the sea life that is special to Whakaraupo. For example, our Hector's dolphins and our very rare korora, the tiny white flipped penguins that we share our harbour with. Restore the balance between nature and our human world, treasure all of the natural world around us, and act accordingly. The impacts of climate change will threaten things we love. Erosion in and around the harbour, caused by escalating extreme weather, will pollute the water, threaten people's homes, and change the bush, including animal habitats. Rising sea levels could flood people's and other animals' homes and wash away food sources. It could also break roads and walkways, which could make moving around the bays difficult.
So these are the problems, but what are the solutions? To help us adapt and become more resilient, we would like to see more trees planted, especially native and fruit trees. Renewable energy sources, such as solar panels, subsidised so people can afford them, and working with nature when exploring solutions. We would consider building seawalls as a temporary solution, but as the walls are often only effective for a limited amount of time and are expensive, we want to make sure that they would only be considered in extreme situations.
We also like the idea of looking at lifting roads to protect them from climate change. However,
What we all strongly agree on is we don't like cruise ships using the harbour. They pollute the water, use fossil fuels, and the tourists don't always treat our community and the surrounding natural environment with the respect we know it deserves. We believe that this outweighs any money that they may bring into our community.
We would now like to provide feedback on the marine transport network. As a group, generally, we like the idea of using the harbour for transport. This would be good because people will use the roads less, reducing the pollution from fossil fuels and leading to fewer accidents on the road. However, we do have some concerns that we would like you to consider.
One of our concerns is depending on how you power the boat, they could pollute the water. As you know, one of the things we value about living here is the natural environment. We would like you to commit to using renewable energy sources when and where possible. This includes making sure it is easy for them to power up. You could also consider sailboats and limiting the number of boats using the harbour at one time. We worry about the impact on marine life from increased use of boats. How will you make sure that they are okay and protected? As an idea, you could have people on boats whose job it is to look out for marine life.
People love the convenience of their cars and driving them. Therefore, even though it might be a good idea, they won't use the network. We would be interested to see and hear how you will encourage people to get out of their cars and to using the network instead.
Before we end our presentation, we would each like to share a brief individual statement on why climate change planning and action is important to us.
There is so much life apart from humans, because every penny we spend on petrol, cruise ships, and all the other disgusting things humans bring to our harbour causes pain to the native wildlife. I can't blame this all not on me, but have you ever thought about every piece of rubbish you pick up and every non-native sapling you pull out is saving a native bird, animal, or plant?
I really hope we can do more to protect all the animals in Littleton Harbour, including the Hector's dolphins. They're all so special and are a great part of Littleton. The harbour is home to so many different animals and they all deserve to be safe and healthy. With better rules and more awareness, we can help make sure they all live a safe and happy life, and I believe that's really important.
I think the most important thing when we deal with climate change is preserving as many of the plant and animal species as possible, because it's all good and well to save us humans' way of life, but a world void of the amazing, diverse life we know today isn't a world I believe would be worth living in.
As a team and a wider group from our school who can't be here today, we would again like to thank you for this opportunity. We were wondering if you had any feedback or questions for us. It would be helpful to get feedback, as anything you say or do now affects us for our future.
Good, excellent. Have we got any questions? Yanni, please.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for taking the time to make the submission. I was really interested in your comments on the cruise ships, particularly around there's a little comment in our papers that says that the cruise ships are bad, and Corsair Bay, as an example, used to have sand and clear sea, but ever since the cruise ships came, the bay has been muddy and murky. And I was just wondering if your school or if you're aware of any research into the impact, particularly around the environmental impact in Corsair Bay from the cruise ships, or whether that's just something you've just observed.
We have seen the reports from ECAN about testing the bay's water clarity or percentage of gross stuff in the water. However, our school hasn't yet done any investigations into that.
But thank you for raising it anyway. I do share your concerns, so yeah, it's really good that you've raised it. Thanks.
Thank you, mate. Tyler?
Kia ora, team. Thank you so much for coming in. That was an amazing submission. I was reading through your written submission, and again, it was very, very well done. I've just got two questions. The first one is on the intergenerational part of it. So you talked about acting now instead of waiting for something to happen and then acting upon it. would you be able to hone in a bit more on what you actually like to ask? Is there anything in particular you'd like the council to act upon now? Take your time. There's no stress, and we could talk about it offline if you'd like to. It's no worries.
Well, because it's sort of the longer we wait, the harder it will be to like actually fix it. Because there's not much with climate change like right now, but if we fix it now, it'll be less expensive and less things to do than if we wait till later when it's a bigger problem.
That's a great answer. The last question I've got is around the things that may not be within this plan, but it's of the wider scope of climate action. I'm wondering if staff will be able to be okay with taking this to the side. I'd love to just talk to them a bit more about it. Is that all right, team? Cool. And I'd love to engage with you guys in the future too. That'd be great. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you very much for making time, and very good to see you. Good. Thank you. Okay, we've got Barry next from Teddington Quarry. Barry was Ra your father, uncle, or uncle? Mm. Yep. Way back in the day when I was just a wee fella.
That'll be right. Short
doing roads. The quality of the AP40 that was made at Teddington Quarry was the best stuff to use. It was fantastic.
And it still sticks together too.
It
Now
does.
this will be a little bit different from the last submitters. Now I'll just give you my background. I'm a quarry operator in Teddington. Their family's been running it for a couple of generations. I spent 20 years as a major shareholder and operator of bank splinter transport in the Little River. And I've had 40 years involved in civil and roading on bank splinters. I did a lot of work for previous councils, Akara and Mount Herbert, and I did a lot of work for bank splinter also. So I have a pretty good understanding on the issues on bank splinter. I'm not going to talk about the quarry. I'm only going to talk about the issues from Allendale to Charters Bay. But firstly, I'd like to have one comment about the Wharf Road that seems to have taken the council's taken a lot of flack for it. With Banks Spillage Council, I did several contracts in Port Levy, widening and reconstructing the roads. Now, the $13 million to do the Wharf Road seems astronomical to me. It's only a few $100,000. Fernley Point is a massive big point, which is about a kilometre away of rock, just needs to be blasted out and put on the road. It's a few $100,000. I just want to talk briefly. Everything that I've got here, I've got a lot of detail on, but it's all been passed over already. So the jetty track is, once more, it's only a few $100,000 just to keep on building it up. And you have to remember, it's only a track. It's not a road, you know. It's not millions of dollars. The domain, again, in the past, the community has asked us contractors to put fill in there, and we've lifted it up, especially the far end, by about 1.5 metres, and it all came at no cost because it was a community effort. I think in the future this could also happen again. It sort of needs local solutions for local problems. So I've got a lot of detail on that we don't need to talk about. Now the dump, the $85 million to take it to Cape Valley, once more it's just out of control for price. Probably in the Banks Splinter Council days, we put a bund around there for an engineer called David McNaughton, and we dug down a couple of metres and put 5 metre wide and just put rock fill around it, covered it up with fabric, and then armoured the outside with rock. And I went around and had a look last week, and it's still as good as the day it was there. And before we did that, there was a lot of leaching coming out. You could see there was the area of probably about 5 metres of black guns just coming out from the dump. That's all stopped now. It's contained. So I'm sure, you know, for a few $1 million, you can do something better than $85 million worth. What else? Now, the proposals to lift the road up in Allendale, I support that. Very sensible, and not a lot of money in it either. The Teddington Road, well, this is the lifeblood of the whole community, really, and I don't think it even. I don't even understand why you're talking about letting the sea come over it. It just needs to be lifted, and then it sorts out all the problems from Diamond Harbour, Puria, right to the city. And also, how reliable is State Highway 75? Because what is the reaction of sea level rising on the Lake Ellesmere? because if you go around there now in the wintertime, there's a lot of flooding in Ahuriri Lagoon. So there's issues there too. What else have we got? So I think that's all I need to say about that. Now also, I think the farmers in Teddington have been ignored because it appears as if the sea is just going to go over their productive land, and there's probably 40 or 50 hectares look like potentially will get reduced to wasteland. I think the council needs to talk to them and find a way of keeping their land productive. Charters Bay, I support the raising of the road. I think it's very sensible and the only answer. The boat ramp is about, I had a look at it the other day, and it's about 3,000 square metres. To lift it up, it's like 3,000 cube of low quality material. Once more, it's only a boat ramp, it's just shingle. It's not millions of dollars. Once more, it's $200,000 or $300,000. Very sensible. The report really states all the obvious solutions, and I think one of the missing content on this report is you needed to have employed an experienced rural roading engineer to give you some actual facts. The costs seem to be astronomical. Would you agree with that, Aaron? You seem to, yes. Yeah. So you just need really to talk to the local community and try to get some more local solutions to the problems. Anybody got any questions?
No, you're certainly speaking my language. Carry on.
I understand that. You understand it. Well, I see you do the maths like I do the maths, and you look at a week and $13 million come from. It can't, can it? Because you have to build it about 20 metres high.
Yeah.
And the fill is only like a kilometre away.
Yeah, that's right. Tyler?
Absolutely.
Yeah, g'day. I was just going to ask about that exact thing.
Yeah.
Was around the economical aspect of it in terms of, in one of the reports, we've had $16 million quoted for all of the works and the movement of the road.
In Port Levy.
Yeah. Can you hone in a bit more on your views and the pricing accordingly in regards to the relocation of that road? What do you see?
What needs to be done is built up, and the actual fill is right there on Fernley Point. I know it belongs to Coops, but I'm sure they would they'll give it to you or sell it to you for very little. But like it's a big high bank, about 12 metres high, and there's thousands of metres there. Just needs to be taken out, sorted out, and just laid in. I don't know, Phil, you'd know better than I would, but you might be talking 10,000 cubic metres. Well, that's not $13 million worth. It has to be resealed again, obviously, but
not when it's right there on your back doorstep.
No, not at all.
And that's the 500 metres of.
No, that, and also going towards the Par. Also, there's another section there, plus in front of Fernley Point, where Coops live. There's another area there that would need to be lifted up too. It might be 1.5 kilometres altogether. That would be about all, I think.
Okay, cool.
But the numbers are miles away from where they should be.
Yeah, I'll be asking stuff about that later.
Yeah.
Cheers.
Aaron?
At the start, Barry, did you say you're still working, doing...
Do I look that old?
What's that? No, but you're still doing contracts around there?
Yes, but only small stuff now, I've had my day.
Right, well, yeah, but your day's still going, so any chance you want to be a project manager for some of these? And that will just quote your numbers.
I think I'd be a bit mean.
That's fine, we like mean.
Yeah.
That's why Phil's here.
I think...
Cheers, guys. Thanks, Barry. That's very. Have you? By quick question, have you? How much more room have you got in your quarry?
There's future there.
Oh, you still got plenty.
There's future. Yeah.
Okay, that's cool. That's excellent. Because common sense tells me, why would we go all the way to, we'll say Isaacs or Fulton Hogan, cart it all the way over the hill when it's right there on your back doorstep?
But also in the past, the councils of there's a man called Ken Paulin. I don't know if you know him at all. He was an engineer for the Akaroa Council.
Dad's uncle.
Uncle. Oh, well, there we have it. But he was a man where he would go to a corner. This was before there was lots of health and safety, etc. And he would get a spray bomb out, and he would say, you'd start here and you'd start there, and you go in 4 metres there, and that's the engineering done. And he'd go down the road and say, that corner there, we want that filled up. So you'd strip it out, put it in, roll it in, and that was it all done. And it was very simple.
They survived.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely, yes.
So it is.
There was lots of after the storm in the 90s, we did a lot for the Banks Council. We did a lot of dropouts that we did with rock fill and just dug them out, put it in, rolled them in, etc. And I can go to every one now, and they're still there, and it's done more economically probably than they are today.
Excellent.
So, but it's just the way it is.
Good man. Thanks, Barry.
Thank you very much.
Cheers.
Play by your phone, Barry.
Okay, now we've got one on Zoom. Brett, is it?
Yeah.
Yep. So Brett King on Zoom. Are you there, Brett?
Yeah, hi. How you doing? Can you see me or hear me?
I can certainly hear you. Far away.
How you doing? Sorry, apologies, I couldn't be there today. I've got to drive down to Dunedin for a surf lifesaving event, and I love the coast. Kia ora koutou. Thanks for your time, everyone. I know it's been a long day. I'll try and keep this short. I'm just here as one local voice for a small community. I want to talk about the track in Allendale Domain. It's not a track, it's just a lifeline. It's how school kids get to class safely. It's how people connect with nature, with each other, with their own well-being. It's a safety artery for a community caught between a busy road and the sea. Everyday locals walk, cycle and breathe here. They spot kiddo in the trees. And I've heard from so many people, we've only lived in this area for a few years, but some have lived here for 30, 40 years. When they were kids, they would see one kiddo, and now you see like 20 or 30 a day sometimes, and that's because of all the local planting and all the community action for that sort of stuff. But I'd love to see this track not neglected. I'd love to see it extend all the way from Diamond Harbour to Littleton. It's easily from Allendale to Littleton. Look at what the West Coast Cycle Trail's done for tourism over there. It's an asset, and this could be too. Right now we're at risk of losing it, of falling into a community managed asset, despite it being something so much more. Coastal hazards are real, the harbour's quality is degrading, but what's more concerning is the approach being taken, one that risks cutting people off instead of bringing them together. It's an opportunity not to remove, but to enhance. I fully support planting of the domain. Rejuvenating native bush is crucial to the region, but removing all of the flat space, I feel it's a small oversight. This isn't just about cost, it's about benefit, it's about balance. Because if we completely plant out the domain, we lose something bigger. This is the only flat public area between Littleton and Diamond Harbour. It's where the community comes together for the yearly fete, school sports days, and everyday recreation, for local horse riders, dog walkers, families. I see people using every single day. We've seen this done well before. Take Horsell Quarry. It's a former industrial site. It's now a thriving native habitat, much loved recreational space. That's balance. We've got two routes ahead. One that isolates and neglects and diminishes what makes this place special, or one that can strengthen, protect, and ensure future generations can enjoy what we have now. The choice is ours, and thanks for your time.
Excellent. No, that's great. Any questions? No, thank you very much, and enjoy Dunedin.
Yes, thank you, everyone.
See you, mate. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Right, Eric, please.
Marching was cancelled too, so he's out.
Good day. I'm a resident of Allendale, and before I get started, though, I just want to do a quick correction on my online submission. Accidentally put down Dyer's Pass to Charteris Bay route. It should have been Gebby's Pass, so if that doesn't make sense, sorry about that. Hard to make good decisions when you're given bad data. Anyway, thank you very much for doing the draft coastal hazards adoption plan. Saying I had a good read through that and learned a few things I didn't know about the Allendale tip at all. So that was something new to me and interesting to hear various stories on that as well. I think one of the big things in my surprise on this was just notification. Hopefully we can do a better job of that in the future. I didn't find out about this plan as a homeowner that would be isolated. Once the roads reduce in service, until I went to the Allendale Reserve to go for a walk and saw the sign there. So not sure what happened there, if that was just a mailing that got lost or something like that, but hopefully we can figure out what happened there. So essentially I typically use the Dyer's Pass route every day to come into town, and so I'm a bit concerned if that gets downgraded in the future due to sea level rise, that I'll be basically isolated from both the Dyer's Pass and the Gebby's Pass side. Looking at the Allendale side of it in front of the Allendale domain, that portion is a very small bit of road there, and as Barry mentioned, we could probably raise it up quite easily. And as part of the landfill remediation, I'm not sure what's in there. I was hoping that it was going to be kind of benign stuff, but it sounds like from Barry, it's got some leachant in there and things like that. I was hoping we could use some of that maybe as fill for the road, but doesn't sound like that may be the case. But I think it's in the report there that you'll do some studies on it to determine what can be done with it. So kind of pleased to see that. As part of the general bay environmental concerns, I know a lot of times we're not allowed to swim, especially over a sandy beach area where they do water testing. It'd be interesting to find out how much of that is from the leachant, how much is from something else. And if we can, if it's sewage or something like that going into the water, if we can combine maybe some of that landfill remediation with tracking down those sources, so we can hopefully clean up the bay. Yeah, and then I guess the final concern, just want to see what happens when the road level gets reduced. What happens to city services? Do we still get rubbish pickup and rural post delivery and things like that, or are we basically isolated at that point? So that's it.
Brilliant, thank you. Any questions, anyone? Excellent. Thank you for taking the time to come.
Yep.
And thank you. Okie doke. Now we're on to Peter Newton, please.
Your Worship,
How are you?
councillors, thank you. I've got a reduced slot because I got forgotten somewhere along the point. So I had a presentation. You're going to get a different one, okay? My family come from Banks Peninsula. They arrived in Akara 1860. My great-grandfather and his brother-in-law built the Akara Anglican Church. They've been builders and farmers in the peninsula ever since. I've still got family here. We've got skin in the game. I just wanted to get that on the table first. Okay, my role, what I do is I've been involved in building most of my life, some farming. My current position I hold is with Selwyn District Council. I've got a role called Principal Advisor Building. I interpret technical documents and I provide advice to others on how to work with them. I provide advice on how to work with legislation, and I provide advice on consultation. So mostly what I try and do, because I'm a practical person, is put things in a practical way. So I'm now going to stand up and give you a little demonstration on why I think that some of the information presented, particularly the flooding in relation to Wharf Road, is not that beneficial as it's presented. Now, we own the property that boundaries Wharf Road here, per our Port Levy Road here. So we're the majority landowner on the strip. We share it with Barrabos beside us and then Cross. So that whole area that we're talking about lifting, we own half of it. Okay, so we walk there nearly every day of our lives for the last 8 years. We're pretty familiar with it. So here we go, I'm standing up. This is the sea. This is the road. This is where the sea rises to. My little chair that's just trapped here, it's not coming anywhere. This is the road level height. Okay. So the land on this side of the road is about that level. The sea comes up to about there. Now things influence there. You get tidal surges and so forth, storm surges. Tonkin and Taylor's report, which is a technical document that I have read, says that when we get a storm surge, we're getting somewhere up to this level, which is currently about this far below the road. All the evidence is there, the shells, the debris, it all shows the erosion. So currently the land on this side drains through culverts that come out about here. Every time the tide comes in, the sea comes up, comes through this culvert, comes out here in the land. So all the stuff that appears as damage in the land is in fact just the sea coming in and out of those pipes.
Underneath.
So when they talk about high level groundwater table, there isn't one. What there is there's a flooding effect from the sea coming up and soaking those drains. Now building inspectors, of which I was one for 10 years, can tell you what high water tables look like. We don't have them, okay? You can dig a hole anywhere in our paddocks next door, you don't find a high water table. So that's probably something that's affecting costings in terms of that road. It really needs to be scientifically investigated. And the other thing that I'd like to talk about is that flood image, because it's really a compelling image. Big blue blob on the thing, 1 metre deep. Here's the road, it's 1 metre underwater. But those flood images that work from those flood maps, which I deal with all the time, are generated from LiDAR, and they should show the different levels of the landform. So they should show the land on this side of the road at a lower level in the colouring in the road, a higher level of flooding, and the road should have a lower colouring on it, but it doesn't. So anyway, currently, here's my road level here. Here's the sea. Even under Tonkin and Taylor's growth in 2065, we've got a sea level under storm conditions, 1 in a 100-year event, which has to coincide with a rain event, 1 in a 100-year, what their model's based on, not the seawater one. The two have to combine for the period of the high tide, because the high tide is the only period when the storm surge is this high, and then someone's going to tell me, when the sea level's here, how's this 1 metre of water going to transfer itself over the whole of Port Levy Harbour to put this road underwater? Nonsense. Absolute nonsense. That picture, it's been generated for the purposes of indicating a really bad effect that won't happen. So that's all I'd like to say. I'd like to give you the rest of my presentation, but there's not time. Thank you.
Tim, that's very good. Thank you, Tim.
Yeah, in some areas along the Heathcote River, etc., we've got those socks, that stop the water coming up the pipes, and we've got them in some areas of the estuary, which kind of are problematic with regards to sand, etc. But when you talk about the sea surge coming up through the culverts, if we pipe those and industrialise and put those big socks type to stop that coming through and under the road into the land, would that be, your expertise, would that be a help?
I couldn't speak on that, it's outside my expertise, but in the simplest terms, if the roadside drains were formed and got rid of the culverts and formed to the creeks either side, they'd just naturally drain into the creeks and they'd go out there most of the time. But that hasn't happened. The same thing would help for Fernley Road, which is almost permanently inundated in its roadside drains and up the side of Port Levy Road, which leads to a whole lot of boggy ground. There's a whole lot of buried culverts under there that the sea's just constantly charging. So over time, when the sea level comes up, potentially those culverts need to be done away with and fords put into the road as an option, because the culverts are this far below the carriage of the road, and that's the only freeboard we've got currently between the top of the sea and everything. Yeah, there was just one other point I wanted to make, was if the road is raised and protected and saved along Fernley Point, and not Fernley Point, on Fernley Road, heading towards the bridge on the right-hand side, by building that up, it's going to divert the sea, bounce it into the rest of the Wharf Road area. So it's going to accelerate the erosion on the property, on our property, our neighbour's property and Craw's property. And certainly under all the Building Act I work with and how we respond with the RMA, you can't control your problem by worsening the effects for someone else. And that's exactly what will happen if you build up the land of maintaining the current sealed road and don't protect the other bit.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
I've got two very short questions, Tyler, and then...
Kia ora, thanks for coming in. So are you saying that there could be alternative options instead of the culverts that are currently in place to be able to push out the high tide and then 1 in a 100-year storm surge?
I'm a person with farming and building experience and only stealing the obvious, but surely, yeah, I'm not a roading engineer. Let's get that on the ground. But I do have 20 years in councils and have done a lot of time working with roading departments.
Excellent. Yep, thank you. And
Thank you, Peter. Can you tell us whether in the earthquake sequence of 2010 and 2011 there was actually any uplift in the land on that coastal edge there, and whether that's been factored into account at all in the modelling?
I couldn't. I can tell you that Google tells me from looking at Tonkin and Taylor's report this morning that claims we've had a certain amount, about 170 mils of sea level rise in the last 100 years. And the other thing called Sea Level Littleton or something, which is a document about how Littleton datum is used as a surveying datum for all around Canterbury, that the combination of land lift in relationship to sea level rise means there's been zero rise in the last 100 years. But that doesn't mean that I'm a denier of climate change or the potential for sea level rise. I'm just telling you what I read in a scientific document this morning. Great.
Thank you. Aluminium flat valve on the culvert pipe. That's all you need.
Oh, is that all you want?
All over it. Yep.
Trouble is they're buried all the time in the shingle.
Good on you. David Fleet. Yeah, sorry.
I was the headed visual image. When you walk along the road, you can see the stakes, the wooden stakes that, as I understand it, were placed during make-work schemes of the 1930s depression. So they're still only this far from the road. And there's rock there that they obviously won from the side of the road there and placed there to protect the sea. It's still right there. So very little has to be done to provide protection because you're not in an aggressive environment. It's a really benign environment in terms of the sea.
Yeah.
Sorry to take so much time.
Good on you, mate. Thank you. Righto. Here's patiently waiting.
Always a pleasure.
How are you, mate?
Well, good afternoon, councillors. I want to concentrate my comments of the draft plan on two specific parts only. One is the road Teddington to Allendale of 5 kilometres, and more specifically the road from Teddington to Manson's Point, which is only 2 kilometres. The second point I want to cover is the flooding of productive farmland. My first request is that you listen very carefully to the auditors of this draft report as they presented to you this morning. And I acknowledge they have attempted to change their messaging substantially when they released the report and they saw the outcry from local residents. But in adjusting their message, they're not getting rid of the primary message, which is ultimately they see that road closing. They said today, and I quote, they said this to you this morning, Councillor Templeton, we propose maintaining the road for a period of time. They further said, and I quote, there will be reductions in the level of services to that road over time. To cease maintaining that road ultimately means it closes at some stage in the future. I want you to refer again to page 50 of the report. They clearly talk about their priority being one safe road into Christchurch for the residents of Port Levy, Charters Bay, Diamond Harbour, Teddington, and that is via Gebbies Pass. The essence of this document, the total document, is that they're saying climate change is coming. I don't think any of us deny that. But what this document says is let the environment have its way. I want you to reflect on the city leaders in 1860. If they had been presented with a report like this saying the environment have its way, when they decided to create the stop banks along the Waimakariri River. The courage of the decision to create those stop banks along that river means that Christchurch has been protected since 1860 and the environment hasn't been allowed to rule. The city leaders of the day took some practical measures to protect the city from flooding. What is annoying to me when I read this document, it doesn't realise how easy it is to fix the challenge. And I'm going to outline the solution to you. Simply raise the 2 kilometres road I'm talking about by a metre, put in some some culverts, as you, Councillor Timber, talked about, with a floodgate on the seaward side. In the event of a heavy rain, the water washes out to sea and that floodgate flicks up. When sea rises or high tide is caused, you have that floodgate stopping. Use the raising of the road as a stop bank like the city leaders did in 1860. It's as simple as that. The second success of this initiative would address my other concern, which is the flooding of productive farmland. This particular bit of land is not huge in size, but it is highly productive. It is a scarce resource on Banks Peninsula. How many of you know that it was growing potatoes as the first 4 ships came up the harbour in 1850? So yes, I own some of that land, and I would argue to you today that you have a duty to protect it. It used to flood less than it does now because under Banks Peninsula District Council, the drains that are there had the culverts with these floodgates being maintained regularly. They have not been maintained since amalgamation of Banks Peninsula District Council into the Christchurch City Council. I looked up my rate demands for this particular block of land I own, $8,500 per year. I don't get water, I don't get sewage, I don't live there, so I don't get rubbish collection. All I want is the ability to carry on producing food, and I might tell you a bigger concern than climate change is actually food security for this world. I want to carry on as a food producer, and the other thing I want to do is to drive into Christchurch without having to go into the Selwyn District Council. I want to make one final point. If you guys decide to adopt this plan that you've got and let the environment win, then at some time in the future, this council is passing a huge difficulty to the next council. And I'm referring to St. Peter's Anglican Church, which was built in the 1870s when the first burials occurred. The Gebbies, the Mansons and the Blatchfords, generations of them are buried there. Does a future council want to face the challenge of disinterring those graves and moving them to higher land when you could have solved the problem so easily? Thank you very much for your time.
Two questions, Tyler and Tim.
So, David, thanks for coming in.
No.
Just a question about the timeline of these two big patches that you were talking about. Is there a timeline that you'd sort of envision that to be delivered upon?
No, just get on with it when you can. It's such an easy solution. The material's there. You've had Barry Blatchford saying this 2 kilometres road, in the middle of that is the Teddington Quarry. You've got to carry it the furthest one way a kilometre, the furthest the other way a kilometre. Get on and do it.
Tim?
So yes, and answer your question, the sooner the better.
Tim?
Hey, David, thank you very much.
Tim?
With regards to having a vision, I prefer to work with the environment than against whatever. But if we could envisage, say, something like the causeway through from, say, when the road comes down from Governor's Bay right through to the other end and have those flood protections in the culverts, that would be the ideal, wouldn't it?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Thank you. Cheers. Cool.
Sarah, please.
Thanks so much. When it comes to weighing things up as a council, we've got $180 million currently on budget for some surface level street flooding in the urban area. And do you think that areas that have their access completely at risk, like on Banks Peninsula, should have a greater weighting than that?
No, you've got to treat all citizens and respect their rights and their concerns. However, do some sensible costing. It mentions in here $8 million to build up that 2 kilometres of road by 1 metre. I just don't accept that pricing.
Okay, thanks.
Do some homework, that's all I'm saying.
And then we'll have some lunch.
Just quickly, I mean, if the decision is to go ahead and do what you're suggesting, would you tolerate driving through to Selwyn District Council for a short time?
We'd have no choice.
So you would?
Well, otherwise you ask me to live as a hermit in Teddington until you fix the road.
I just thought we'd better ascertain that fact.
No, I'm happy to drive through if I have to.
Excellent. Thanks for waiting. It's good to see you.
See ya.
Chaps, ladies and gentlemen, we will be back at 1:20 on the dot. Thank you.
5 minutes away, so we better, to keep to time, I'll kick away the second half of the day. So we are now up to Claire and Richard Barnett. Please, welcome. Thanks for coming in. It's nice to see you.
Thank you.
And I think you've got 10 minutes from now. Go.
Right. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My wife Claire and I are here representing our family who have farmed on Wharf Road since 1964. Before us, the Field family farmed this land from the 1850s. We have the third generation working with us on this farm and the fourth generation living and helping on it. Our family is deeply connected to this land, and Wharf Road is vital to our farming operation, livelihoods and the community we serve. Today we make this submission in opposition to the proposed running down and then closure of Wharf Road as outlined in the Coastal Hazards Draft Adaptation Plan. It is very clear from reading the panel's findings on the road use in Port Levy that it is a numbers game. That the east side of Port Levy has more people, therefore the road is more important. As noted in the document produced by the panel, which purports to represent Port Levy, but solely relates to the eastern side of Port Levy, the settlement containing the marae and runanga and the holiday and retirement homes that reside there, the panel emphasises the recreational opportunities of swimming, fishing, kayaking, picnicking, all important leisure activities. In contrast, the western side of the bay, which is primarily farming with tourism businesses which directly provide employment, economic benefit to not just the community but to the New Zealand economy. The importance of connectivity of the roading infrastructure of Wharf Road has been described by the panels as 1, a road less used, and 2, a few private landowners. This dismissive comment shows the complete lack of understanding of what a rural road represents for a farming community, which is primarily what Port Levy is. It is a lifeline for business opportunities and for employment. There are 4 farms and 3 lifestyle blocks and 4 accommodation providers on Wharf Road. There are only 2 farms directly opposite us on the eastern side. Our farm alone provides economic benefit and employment through our farming and tourism operations and uses the council-owned asset of Wharf Road to allow important access to the following: stock, freight, fuel companies, shearing, crutching, fencing contractors, animal food suppliers and other stock companies, stock agents, veterinary services, compliance agencies, farm workers and other employees, guests for accommodation, orienteering, tramping, biking groups who access our land regularly, as well as family and friends. Without Wharf Road, these essential services would no longer benefit from this farming business. It allows connectivity as well as productivity. Your current plan to lower maintenance and eventually close this road would be a death knell for farming. So please, understand the pivotal part Wharf Road plays in enabling farming in communities such as Port Levy and demonstrate that we are worthy of investment. Farming would be the main employer in Port Levy and has grown and flourished here for 170 years. Linked to the history of the settlement of Port Levy are the 2 wharves which were constructed in the 1800s. The remnants of and the supply shed remain evident today and are important links to the past. They enabled the movement of people and trade in the earliest wave of European settlement right through to the 1940s, and the establishment of a farming community along with the construction of Wharf Road. Houses in this area are also remnants of our historical past. Our house was built by Henry Field in the 1860s and was the first post office and store in Port Levy, which ran from the 1860s to 1940. We also have an original settler's cottage, which we have restored and offer for accommodation, and almost everyone leaves their stay there with an understanding of the history of this place. Wharf Road also enables the environment to be maintained and the biodiversity and rare plants that exist on our property to flourish. Our farm sits in a classified area as an outstanding natural landscape. Without a well-maintained road, 1,500 hectares roughly of farmland on the western side of the Port Levy would be unable to be farmed, and the consequences of that would be directly the responsibility of this decision by council. The land may not be owned by the council, but the benefit that this land provides to the ecosystems, biodiversity of the peninsula, for employment and its economy are directly attributed to access. The closure of Wharf Road would affect the people who are linked to this community and their descendants, as well as future generations. The decision is being based on cost alone, while disregarding your own goals in relation to community outcomes and strategic priorities, which are, I quote, to actively balance the needs of today's residents with the needs of future generations and the aim of leaving no one behind. Please demonstrate this in your decision to allow Wharf Road residents, and I quote again, to be accessible and well connected to support their goals to care for their environment, the biodiversity, and to be included in their community, unquote. We need you to recognise the investment in maintaining Wharf Road is vital in keeping this community as a whole and not divided, which is currently being suggested. Your decision on accepting this draft plan to run down and close Wharf Road will be terminal for farming, and as a consequence will leave a large parcel of land landlocked and untended. We urge the council to reconsider the current preferred plan and allow Wharf Road residents to contribute to a solution rather than exclude us from the discussion and not make us scapegoats for the sake of cost cutting. We thank you for your time and consideration and are happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Good. Tyler, please.
G'day. Thanks so much for coming in. Really appreciate it. It's an awesome submission. I just wanted to ask the question that I've asked other submitters, particularly on the Wharf Road residents, which is in terms of the art of collaboration. So to be clear, you're really open to collaborating with the council and your residents to maybe find alternative options, particularly for that big block at the bottom, which is obviously the key issue.
Yes, the 500 odd metres,
Awesome.
yes.
So the staff recommendation we've got here is to, I'll just do it line by line here, retain the preferred pathway for Wharf Road, but add a new alternative option of moving the section of Wharf Road located at the end of the harbour inland. Does that sound about right to you?
That is an option.
It would come down to cost because that's very expensive in itself.
Yeah.
I think the Mayor mentioned before about putting some rock which could come easily from Port Levy to quietly be building that road up. If you look at what the early settlers did with putting in Manuka sticks all the way along to break up wave action, that in itself has preserved that road for the last 180 years. So there must be lots of other options which unfortunately haven't kind of been explored.
Yep.
The biggest thing for us is downgrading the road, not maintaining it. We need stock and trucks with trailers with a huge weight to be able to come to our farm. If there's a slip that's not going to be repaired, that automatically starts to render what we do unfeasible.
Which was my next question, last one, sorry, Mr. Mayor, was around the heavy traffic and the heavy transport that goes through. How often would that come through, week by week?
Weekly.
Yeah, weekly. The period we've just gone through obviously is a particularly busy time for us, so we've probably had 8 to 10 big truck and trailer units bringing in and taking out livestock and wool.
Awesome. That's great. Thanks so much.
Pauline, please.
Thank you. Thanks for your deputation. So I think it was alluded to earlier, but is there much call for public access for recreational access to the beach around there?
It's the main area for people to come to collect, even from the Runanga, to come and collect mussels and oysters, because the other eastern side of the bay is actually a sandy, silty beach line.
Right.
So it actually is the main area people come to collect kai.
Yeah, well, that's good to know because there's been a big emphasis on landowners and your
It
businesses.
always has been. It's the name of Kaihopets. It's always been the area for food collection.
Well, thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'll just sort of finish off on what way I see it. You know, one of the options is we've got to go and talk to you guys, obviously, but my contracting view is that it's easier to just build the road up. By the time you move out of La Crossney, Nixon Council will want to have the separate title and it just goes on and on. You've still got to build a road on it anyway, and where you are at the moment, it's got a perfectly good sub-base anyhow, but just build it up. So we'll see what we can do going forward. So thank you very much, and sorry I was late back.
Thank you. The materials are all there.
Good on you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okie doke. Tui, please. Okay. Susan, please.
My submission was written in November, as everyone's was, but yesterday I discovered that there's some very severe consequences connected with this plan, and I don't know that many people realise, but I'll just read what I wrote this morning in haste concerning the implications of the proposed coastal hazard adaptation plan legislation. I say based on voodoo science. I was until yesterday totally unaware of how far the proposed legislation would affect homeowners. The potential for downstream effects is alarming and includes the following. 1. Coastal risk areas being applied to limbs up to 2k from the coast. 2. Insurance cancellation or recall of mortgages. 3. Withdrawal of utility services. 4. Enforcement of managed retreat via governmental emergency powers. 5. Cancellation of property titles. These measures are a gross overreaction to reality, being based on voodoo RCP 8.5 science. The Climate Change Commission's estimate of 750,000 people and 461,000 buildings means that a huge ratio of New Zealanders will be affected, and the Ministry for the Environment's report from the expert working group on managed retreat recommends emergency powers for relocation, as in recommendation 61, compulsory acquisition of land, exclusion of Maori from the process, and preemptive or post-event relocation. So I suggest the following, which are in addition mentioned in my November submission, that the CCC Commissioner report from Dr. Willem DeLonghi for accurate science based on reality, that CCC reject the so-called hazard zones as based on implausible RCP 8.5 scenarios, that CCC file away the consultant's report for Christchurch District based on a 1.4 metre sea level rise, that CCC delay decision-making until the Dr. DeLonghi report is integrated into all council planning, that CCC hold extensive public workshops to ensure property owners are fully informed. And I go back to my November submission. By the way, would you introduce yourself?
Okay. Well, I'm Hugh Thorpe. By original training, I was a civil engineer. Professionally and personally, my interest has always been water. I'm obviously long retired now, but I maintain an active interest in water.
So I say the report was not fit for the purposes of planning, which was prepared by Jacobs Group for the Kapiti Coast District Council, and this was found in court to be science not fit for the purposes of planning, which they unjustifiably placed hazard lines on 1,500 limbs, which were required to be removed by the court. And also I go into the Christchurch District report, which was done, I believe, by Tonkin and Taylor, which said that the Canterbury coast sea levels will rise by up to 1.4 metres over the next century. This goes directly against the report by, let me see, a very qualified group which says a completely different outcome, which is 15 centimetres in that 100 years. And they go into the plate tectonics, everything. So a very concerning divergence of scientific opinion. The council would be most unwise to base policy, which they have been doing, I believe, on RCP 8.5.5H+, which is even worse than 8.5. It appears that NIWA, the Ministry for the Environment, and other bodies are promoting all this, the worst possible scenario. So my recommendations were in that submission were task Dr. William DeLonghi with production of a coastal hazard risk assessment for the Canterbury coast similar to his authoritative Kapiti Coast assessment as appended below, implements research findings of the geoscientists, Sea Level Rise in New Zealand, Dennis et al., abandoned previous inaccurate reports based on extreme predictions, cull all policy using RCP 8.5 extremes, using modelling which has only up to 1% probability, cull all managed retreat policy which uses fanciful geoscience data, use reliable science, 1.5 millimetres annual sea level rise in planning policy, and withdraw usage of the non-statutory coastal adaptation plan, use statutory coastal policy statement and coastal hazard risk statement, revert to historically accurate tide gauge data in support of those, and cull staff from all phases of unscientific managed retreat policy planning. Expect personal litigation on planners who willfully impose implausible policy on ratepayers.
Thank you, Susan. That's good. Now, we've run out of time, but I've got two questions, one from Sarah and one from Tim.
Thanks so much for that. Hey, in the plan, it states that we wouldn't be actually funding and going ahead with any of these large, expensive projects until we had seen actual movement of the sea and those kind of things. So if what you assert is correct and that we're not going to see those changes, we wouldn't be doing the big moves and shifting roads and things. So does that satisfy you that we wouldn't be spending any money unnecessarily?
Well, certainly, consultants cost an enormous amount, and also thinking of the enormous cost where homeowners are deprived of their property and forced to relocate up to 2 kilometres if required by plans drawn up by the wrong people, i.e. sometimes international consultants who are using ocean satellite.
That's not in this plan, though. That's not in this plan. So, yeah.
Good. Thank you. And Tim, please.
Thank you. Because there are a number of sources of truth, because it is such a moving feast, with regards to our planning, would it satisfy you if we looked at, when we're looking at our long-term plan, which is our 10-year funding, we reviewed all the data when we're looking at our annual plans and our long-term plans, so we are keeping current with the latest data, relevant of where it comes from. Would that satisfy you that we are taking, or we're being prudent?
I think that's absolutely essential when we're looking at, is it $1.6 billion of debt already? Yeah. We cannot afford any extra costs which are not based on accurate science.
Great. Thank you. Cheers.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Susan, for making the time come in. Very good. Thank you. Much appreciated. Now, Annabelle's next, but is there an Annabelle? Oh, good, good. You snuck in without seeing us. Seeing you. Good on you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today regarding the Coastal Hazards Adaptation Plan for Kukurara to Port Levy, specifically in regards to the Coastal Panel's preferred adaptation pathway for Wharf Road. I'm here to strongly oppose this plan and urge the Council to reconsider the panel's recommendation in light of the significant impacts it will have on our community, as well as the lack of adequate consultation with those directly affected. The lack of meaningful consultation with those directly affected by this plan is deeply concerning. The Coastal Panel stakeholders have not engaged with the community well at all, and this must be readdressed before any adaptation plan for Wharf Road is settled. Community members who reside on or rely on Wharf Road have not been given a fair opportunity to provide input or propose viable alternatives. This process must include the voices of those who will bear the greatest burden of the proposed changes. Wharf Road is a critical lifeline for our community, as my mother and father spoke to before. It serves families, businesses and recreational assets that are essential to the social and economic fabric of Port Levy. We pay taxes and rates and deserve to have a reliable and functional road that provides access to our homes and livelihoods. To lower the level of service and eventually close the road without sufficient consultation or alternative access, having alternative access plans in place is unacceptable and short-sighted. I speak to you today as someone with deep roots in this community. I am the third generation brought up on Wharf Road. My grandparents and parents have lived here for the last 65 years, as parents already alluded to, and I plan to be around for the next 50 years. Building a life and family business on Wharf Road, and by farming and working alongside Mother Nature every day in the farming business, we understand the challenges posed by the coastal environment and the implications of a changing climate. We maintain our own tracks and access on our farm, so we fully appreciate the toll that the nature takes on infrastructure. This understanding is why we precisely believe that the Coastal Panel has failed to adequately consider lower cost options for maintaining Wharf Road. Instead, they've merely placed it in the too hard basket because of the limited number of residents on the road. The Coastal Plan's proposal to accept a lower level of service for Wharf Road and delay necessary investment in maintenance or upgrades fails to recognise the road's importance to the local community and community wellbeing. For example, Wharf Road provides access to several businesses of farming and tourism operations, which bring income and visitors to the area. Without this access, these businesses would cease to exist, leading to loss of livelihoods, diminished local tourism, and further erosion of our community's economic resilience. Furthermore, the costs associated with maintaining, moving, or replacing other assets in Port Levy have been allocated, yet Wharf Road has been neglected. This road requires a thorough review by the council to ratify a preferred plan that logically allows for some level of investment. The council must consider alternative cost-effective methods to maintain access to the end of Wharf Road for the benefits of visitors, residents, and the wider community. In my online submission, I highlighted these critical points, emphasising that Port Levy roads are not merely a convenience, but a necessity for those who rely on them daily. The decision to prioritise cost-saving measures over maintaining access undermines the rights of ratepayers and taxpayers who depend on this road. Furthermore, the assertion that Wharf Road is mainly used by a small number of private landowners does not fully capture its broader significance to the community. I urge the council to take the following actions: to reassess the preferred pathway for Wharf Road and explore alternative solutions. In conclusion, Wharf Road is more than a strip of shingle. It is a vital artery for the families and businesses of Port Levy. Any decision that impacts its future must be made with full transparency, inclusive consultation, and a commitment to ensuring the well-being of those who call this area home. I urge the council to reconsider the current pathway and work with the community to develop a plan that reflects our shared values and priorities. Thank you for your time.
Wonderful, thank you. Sarah, question, please.
Thanks so much. Your message is a familiar one.
Yeah.
Do you think that the way forward from here might be for us, once we've finished hearings and ask some questions, to adjourn this while staff collate information, and if we ask staff to go back to the community, over to Kokorarata, and talk to residents directly and look through options before coming back with that information?
We're just writing.
Yeah.
Already.
So you think that would be a useful way forward before we make decisions?
Certainly.
Yeah, thanks.
Yanni, please.
Thank you. I mean, I was just keen to know if you think that not just staff, but actually the hearings panel coming and doing a site visit would be of use, just to come and look firsthand.
I don't know why you haven't already been to Port Levy. A beautiful place, plenty to do.
I've personally been there, but I mean actually going there and actually looking at it with the residents and the locals and,
For sure.
and the staff at the same time.
Yes, that would be appreciated.
Yeah.
Yep. Cool. Thank you, Annabelle. Wonderful. Thank you for your trouble. Thank you. Okay, is John here, please? Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is John Craw, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to the hearing panel. I own a house and farm at Wharf Road, Port Levy. My family moved to Port Levy over 40 years ago. I've been a lawyer for over 30 years, and part of that time farmed for 10 years. The concerns I have relate to the draft plan and the initial recommendation that no alternatives be provided for Wharf Road and Port Levy. I was delighted to see that following the meeting with council staff in Port Levy that the report forming part of the agenda for this meeting, now has a new recommendation. That is, the council adopt the adaptation plan with an amendment so that there is a new alternative option of moving the section of Wharf Road located at the head of the harbour inland if that is necessary or practicable in the future. I also endorse the comments that have been made by Lloyd Scully, as I sat next to him, the solicitor acting on behalf of our Wharf Road residents group, that she made earlier today. There's no point in me repeating the technical points Lloyd's has made. She's done a lot better than I would have done myself, and I don't want to waste anyone's time in doing that. I would ask that the council endorse the changes recommended by Lloyd's when the plan for Wharf Road is approved. The council should be aware by now, common thread, that there has been a total failure to consult or obtain feedback from any residents of Wharf Road before the initial recommendation in the draft adaptation plan was prepared and released. This is a flagrant breach of natural justice. To be frank, Wharf Road residents have been badly let down by the representative in Port Levy who was supposed to consult with us as affected parties before the recommendation was made. It's also important to stress that the part of Wharf Road that may be susceptible to sea level rise is only a short distance. In fact, in golf terms, a par 4, around 400 metres or so.
You're better golf than me.
Also, the road is not sealed, it is flat, it's single lane, and it shouldn't be an expensive exercise to put mitigation measures in place, i.e. planting vegetation, installing locally sourced rock, as Mr Blatchford quite rightly and elegantly pointed out, or fill extensions, so the life it can be easily extended. Now, residents, we're happy to work with the council staff and councillors and hearing panel and if they come to see us to achieve this. Also, if in the future Wharf Road is needed to be located further inland outside the flood area, then surely there is a way to make this happen at a minimal cost. And I think the other point that probably hasn't been talked about so far, but no resident on Wharf Road is asking the council to flood-proof their dwellings, and nor should they. We just want to be able to access our dwellings and the land that we own. We don't want to be left in a situation where we're landlocked. Who would? And there's no reason for that to happen. The dwelling I live in is 60 metres above sea level, and the house where my mum, who's sitting behind me, lives, she's up 100 metres above sea level. Neither of our houses have ever been the subject of flooding or extreme weather events. It is my submission that the council has an obligation to provide roading access to homeowners and to prevent them becoming landlocked. I note that the 2021 storm event in Le Bons Bay in Goffs Bay, following an OIA request, it was confirmed that a total of approximately $1.2 million was spent on Goffs Road to preserve access, and that was probably for 1 or 2 families, and fair enough. There's another approximately $400,000, all these amounts exclude GST, spent on Le Bons Bay Valley Road. I would note that Wharf Road did not need expensive rectification work because of that storm event. In summary, the council needs to treat everyone in Port Levy the same and consult properly. The best way is to carve off a Wharf Road so meaningful options can be discussed with landowners, so that either the existing road can continue to be maintained in a cost-effective way, as pointed out with wise practical words of Mr Blatchford, and the costings that, really are not these pie-in-the-sky estimates, or instead there is a provision for an alternative access inland for Wharf Road at a later date. Actual and proper consultation should mean that real and practical alternatives are put in the plan that addresses Wharf Road. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Yep, Pauline is...
Oh, thank you. Thanks for coming in, John.
Yep, welcome.
Just in your submission, you mentioned that you'd welcome a site visit by Andrew Hensley, who's a council transport engineer. Has that happened?
I've met Andrew today. He was brilliant when he came out and met with us at the Port Levy School. Andrew told me he's been on leave and he only just returned today, so it hasn't happened. But Andrew's very keen to come and talk to us and look at practical ways to continue the road, which can happen. So no, it hasn't happened yet, but I'm hopeful it will happen.
Oh yes, it sounds like he's keen, so that actually needs to happen.
Andrew has very good local knowledge of the area of Banks Peninsula and Wharf Road.
Oh,
and obviously, all the people that live there do too.
Right, that's helpful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Brilliant, John. Thank you very much for coming in. Great.
Okay, no, lovely.
So now we get to, last but not least, is Ian, please.
Do I need to push a button on this?
As long as it's green, you're
Okay. Do any graphs appear up that I presented at all? Or have you all got copies of them?
good. We've got copies.
All got copies of them. So my submission came about through a Let's Talk request that I had made a year earlier, a discussion that I'd had with the council or your representatives. And I was told at that meeting that any science would need to be referred to Wellington rather than to the council. And from that, I took that the science was all made by scientists in Wellington, and however democracy works first at the local level. So I'm going to bore you with a fraction of science today, but it's very simple. The historic record shows that in France since 1807, and in fact I've got figures that go back to about 1711 in France, sea level rise has been linear, despite at the same time about 360% increase in man's emissions of carbon dioxide. And you'll see that in my graph. The rate of increase has been 1.04 millimetres per year for over 200 years. In Littleton, for over 100 years, it has been 2.9 millimetres per year, but it's linear. It's not exponential and it's not changing. And that's not a surprise, because since 1659, the oldest temperature records on the planet have been recorded in England, and they show a linear increase in temperature. So we've got a linear increase in sea level rise, which correlates perfectly with a linear increase in temperature. It's not a surprise, therefore, that NIWA's data on Lincoln and Dunedin and on Wellington and on Auckland show a linear increase in our temperatures. There is no change in the rate of change that is happening. It's also no surprise that rainfall, which has been recorded in the Selwyn area for well over 100 years, has not had a change in the mean or the level of extremes. And that was a report done by Aqualink, submitted to the Selwyn District Council. So what I don't understand is, why are you worried about adaptation? Adaptation to what? There are no changes. You simply need to keep doing what you've always done, which is to manage the variations that we see from time to time. There are no changes in extremity of any event that is happening, and that can all be defended. I have done applied research for over 40 years. I have a patent under my name, and I have pleaded with authorities to do a more thorough presentation beyond 5 minutes, such that you could see the evidence instead of believing what you're told by people with a vested interest in the IPCC and in Wellington. Thank you.
Good as gold. Any questions of Ian? Yep, Melanie and then Aaron.
Are you dismissing the concerns of people behind you, like in Wharf Road, who are worried about potential of climate change over the next 50 years?
The message I got from them was that they were concerned that their road wasn't being looked after. The message I didn't hear was that they had concerns about climate change. They're assuming that we've been told the truth. But when I started to look into this several years ago now, having moved down from the North Island and been to the Fox Glacier, I realised that something didn't line up. Well, that's been my employment for over 40 years, to see where things don't line up. And I have presented to multiple forums, and no one has been able to show me where my data is wrong. And I would love an opportunity for your best people, and you can bring in whoever you like. Rod Carr was brought into the Selwyn District Council to try and refute my data, and he couldn't. So I'm prepared to take on anybody and put the information up there for everyone to see. It's very easy to follow, as my very brief presentation has done here, that there is not a problem. And in fact, the IPCC has agreed that man contributes only 1% of the radiation that is affecting climate change.
Thank you. Aaron, please.
Yeah, so going back to Wharf Road, do you know it well? Have you been over?
No, but I dare say we'll be going for a drive to see it.
Yeah, because it would be, because a number of people today have referenced the 1.3 millimetres per year, which over 100 years is one, unless it changed since I went to school, it's
130 millimetres.
Yeah.
That far.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, okay, yeah. 130 millimetres over that time.
In 100 years, yeah.
There was the marker sticks that people referenced. So it'd be good if you looked at those and found any old photos that are really old at there, because you should see a change on those or not.
You'll definitely see a change
Yep.
in this area of 2.9 millimetres per year, but it's linear. And all around the world, if you go to the NOAA site, there's well over 100 records from all around the world, and the one I presented are the oldest figures. Right? All of them show a linear increase. In some cases, it's actually the other way around, because the ice that was once there has melted and the land has raised up, which meant there's a negative sea level rise.
Okay. Might be warmer, just not this summer.
No, definitely not this summer, no.
Pauline, please, and then Tyler.
Thanks for coming in. Often you find the damage of this infrastructure we're talking about, particularly roading in this case, is done by extremely more intense and more frequent storm events that coincide with a high tide. So just regarding sea level rise, what's your view of those sort of events?
There is no change whatsoever in extremes or frequency. And the data I've presented there, on over 100 years of rainfall data, shows that. And that is consistent with around the world, and it's also consistent with the insurance body who's done an analysis of this. Our problems are created because we put down bitumen and concrete and roofs. And when you do get a good downpour, which is not abnormal, they happen, unfortunately we haven't planned for those.
Well, that's in the city, but we're talking a rural setting
Fine.
here with...
Yep, and if you travel out onto anywhere where there's hills, you will see small gutters cut through the soil by rainfall. And I grew up in northern Australia where we used to get still get cyclones. It doesn't always hit the same place, and when it does, it has an effect. But then it hits another place and it has a similar effect. But there's no change, it's always happened. Our topography shows that we've always had downfalls.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's very good. Thank you, Ian. Thanks for coming in. Okay, we're going to have a 10-minute break, and I will be back. When we are back, councillors will have a chance to ask questions and receive further advice from staff. And following that, we'll see if we can put together what changes we may like to see for the plan. So it's 10 past now, 20 past. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I'll now invite staff back, come to the table for any questions that councillors may have. Thank you very much. Hello, what's going on here? So I've got
Tyler.
Mark.
Phil, do you want to split some questions up, because I've got a couple.
So I think where we're going to head here, we're going to throw the end result of what I'd like to do today. Throw some questions at staff.
Yep.
And they will go away and coagulate that, for want of a better word, and then we'll adjourn it, and they'll come back at the end of a information session in the 4th, did you say? 3rd or 4th of March, and we will then reconvene. Okay, so it's just because I don't want to go through it and wordsmith it now. We'll be here for the rest of the year. So if we ask as many questions as we can, and I think you'll find that the main thrust of it is Old Wharf Road. So we'll go there, and the Teddington Strait, so they can go away and talk to them. Okay,
cool.
So you've got questions?
Yeah, that subtracts a few of my questions, so that's good.
Okay.
The first one is about our younger generations. A lot of them came in terms of the intergenerational equity staff modelling, and there were some that may not be in order within this plan, such as the reinvigoration of Leapapa Island and things of the sort. What are we doing with the information that's been given to us from those young submitters to go into future planning or any other initiatives outside of this scope?
So you're asking about out of scope inputs from them and how we are transferring that information across council?
Yeah.
Right, okay. Yeah, no, we can pick that up and make sure that some of that information is shared more widely across some of our colleagues in other parts of council, for example, parks and ecology. Yeah.
Great, that's awesome. The next one is about money, and everyone else is probably going to ask about this. Within the report, it said $16 million was scoped for this kind of work on Wharf Road. After hearing the submitter saying that there could be cost-cutting measures and other alternatives, would that change the number that's been presented to us today?
Yeah, thank you for that question, because I was keen to touch on the sort of components that fall into a costing for example, raising a road. So this is generically across the roads that we've looked at, so not specifically to Wharf Road, but there's been comments about the volumes of rock that would be necessary to lift a road. That's one significant component of the costing. We also have the transport costs. We have the drainage associated works. In the case of Wharf Road, we've got 2 bridges, culverts that we need to reconstruct, the associated drainage either side. We need to defend that road from the coast, so build armouring to defend that road. We need to appropriately consent that road. It's in a Wharf Road specifically is in an ecologically significant area. And we also need to investigate and actually do site-specific design and investigation to actually get that across the line. So I guess the important thing there is that some of the numbers that were run are probably not wildly out of whack, but there's all these other components that fall into a costing that make it a lot higher than what might have been alluded to.
Sure. Thank you so much for that. Really appreciate that. I'm going to move on to more economic questions in regards to things that are, again, not within the plan, but the plan may affect it. Is what will this plan do to the local communities' insurance premiums, etc.? Would this actually melt into anything that's central government produced?
That's a very difficult question for us to ask. The government's committed to a Climate Adaptation Act in 2025, which is intended to provide us with clarity about how managed retreat will be managed. In terms of the principles of that, we're still waiting to see how that will shape up.
Okay, so if we were into that more defensive, if we did go into the more defensive measures, such as explained before, where we raise roads and create flood banks and stops, etc., would that help contribute to those more financial pressures that those communities are sort of fighting against?
One of the things we've heard from insurance, the Insurance Council, we developed a fact sheet together with the Insurance Council a couple of years ago, and one of the points they made is they're looking to see where insurers are looking to see local government managing these risks in terms of having a plan forward. And so insurers feel more confident where they can see that there is an adaptation plan or a district plan change in place that will restrict development in these areas. So those are the sorts of things insurers are looking at, and that gives them more confidence in an area. But I think we have to face the facts that there will be partial or full insurance retreat in at-risk areas. It's already happening. And it's not really council's role to intervene, I would suggest, in that actively.
Okay. last question, sorry, Mr. Mayor, is another one, is around the modelling in the draft plan that got produced where it talked about the coastal inundation, particularly on Wharf Road. Was that showing the modelling at high tide and in a 1 in 100 storm surge, or was that just in general over the next few decades?
Yep. So we have a suite of different storm scenarios that are available. I understand that the one that we included in the plan, which will have been stated in that document, was a 1 in 100 year event. We explained the fact that that is what's happening. It's not the new normal. The 1 in 1, which is an annual event, is closer to, like, let's say something that would be occurring on average once a year. I would also sort of flag, because I did look on the Coastal Hazards portal when there were comments being made, and I looked specifically at the Wharf Road corridor, and based on Tonkin and Taylor's coastal flood assessment, even under current sea level, the 1 in 100 year event does inundate that road corridor. So the comments made earlier were not factually correct with regards to that assessment.
No, that's really good for public knowledge. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Okay, Marcus.
Yeah, you would have heard, as we did today, about community engagement and trying to work with the community to, find solutions. And one of the points I picked up was the don't remove, let's enhance the community. Is that something that we can do sort of going forward, to have a bit of a rethink on some of these, to resolve, to work better with the community, to have them as part of the solution?
So what I would say is the meeting that we had with the Port Levy residents on the 30th of November, an outcome of that, as you saw in John's submission, was that our transport engineers would go and have further conversations with them.
Yep.
So that's already planned.
Good.
The plan that you have in front of you is flexible and adaptable, and that's the purpose of it.
Yep.
So we're not locking anyone into a decision by adopting the plan. And there would be every intention to have those ongoing discussions and look at what alternative access routes and those sorts of things could happen with those Wharf Road residents.
Yeah, cool. And then thinking about the Allendale, Teddington kind of area, we heard from the young children that came here from the schools that importance of that coastal pathway. That's something we can potentially work with the community on as well, to try and have their involvement and to I guess land that in a more cost-effective way to allow that to continue going forward.
So I wouldn't want to lead the community down a path which was that will be easy. Yes, there could be collaboration between that local community and council, like there was for things such as the local jetty, which I appreciate was, delivered by the community and then passed back to council. So there could be those sorts of things, but that really is getting into the detail. But yeah, that would be a significant undertaking, a lot of money to protect that site.
Certainly interesting to hear the Teddington Quarries gentleman talking about potential solutions involving the community with the Teddington Straits and that Allendale landfill that he worked on many years ago. And does that alter our thinking in any way, do you think?
We've made a recommended amendment up there that we would. So essentially, the children, if I go back to your first point, the children were very, very much emphasising the value of that track to them. And it's about access, but also things like it's a flat space in a very mountain or more hilly area. So for things like safe cycling and learning to ride bikes and for pushing prams and those sorts of values, we really heard very much from the community they were important, which is one of the reasons we put an amendment up to protect a stretch of that track. The alternative of protecting the entire foreshore track is, I'm just thinking, $13 million. So the trade-off here was we have proposed protecting a section of the track so that there is that ongoing amenity and recreational value to the community. The track, to be clear, at the moment is projected to be able to continue for another 30 odd years. So we are talking a long way out really before there will be any significant change there.
Right. Very good. And then I guess, as I was talking then about the Teddington Straits, is that something we could have a look at? Because we heard from Sir David Carter around that as well as the quarry.
Yeah, I'm keen to jump in here, particularly because David was, without knowing, effectively articulating our plan for Teddington. So he explained that the road, the Charteris Bay section should be raised and that there should be additional culverts. That's what we've costed, that's what's in the plan. There was also a suggestion that the section Governor's Bay to Teddington should also be raised. That's the, albeit not the short-term recommendation, but it is the longer-term recommendation. So again, that's what in the plan. So a little bit of sort of talking past each other in that sense. Yeah.
Cool, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Aaron, please.
Yeah, so going back to Wharf Road, and the modelling and stuff, has it flooded over the top of the road in a 1 in 100 year storm so far? And if so, by how much?
Yeah, well, the characters behind me, the great people behind me, will be better situated to answer that. From the discussions I've had with our roading team, yes, there's been sort of localised flooding in different spots. I appreciate it's not particularly common, and we're not suggesting that it is, and that's why the significant change that is proposed in the plan for Wharf Road is only earmarked for around the 40 years from now, because there is plenty of life left in that asset and it's not inundated regularly. So that's noted in the plan, reflected in the time.
Right, and then there's what they propose, the solution of just raising it and stuff. But then with the projected sea level rise and with the number of submitted said we're 1.3 mil per year over the last 100 years, but to go to what's in the modelling, that increases tenfold. And there's
yeah, I wasn't sure if you'd take me here.
So
yeah.
When does that kick in?
Yeah, so the 1.3 mil does not accurately reflect the data that we have from Littleton Port. Littleton Port has one of New Zealand's longest standing tidal records.
Yep.
Yes, the rate of sea level rise over the full time scale is about 2.5 millimetres per year, but you cannot simply take that line for that whole section. So
what you've just said is double what's on the NIWA website. So you're saying Littleton's double?
Littleton is around 2 to 2.5 mil over that 100-year time frame. But if we look at the last 15 years, and GHD has done some recent analysis and actually updating that in the coming months. And I've looked at what's the trend over the more recent time scale, because that's the more relevant information to us, where there's been a uptick in global emissions and a resulting change in sea level. And that stat is in the plan, which I think is something like 15 centimetres of sea level rise over the last 30 years.
15 centimetres? Yeah. But the last 100 years is 130 millimetres.
No.
15 in the last
No,
30.
that's the number you got from the previous person.
Yeah, but that's what's on the NIWA website.
But that's not the information that we have from Littleton Port or that's shared in our piece.
Right, yeah, because on the TERA government website, so that's terra firma, the South Island goes up, as you know, the mountains the most, but we have subsidence in Banks Peninsula. Does the subsidence add to the data?
Yes, so Littleton Port is corrected for local land motion. The tidal record is corrected for local land motion, yes.
Right, and is that from the high point, so obviously top of the mountains, because it's old volcanic, is coming down, so that's the subsidence, or is just all of BP and Christchurch just quietly sinking into the ocean?
It's not as simple as either of those things. There's larger scale tectonic shifts, and then there's also localised liquefaction and other processes that happen in really specific areas, so I couldn't give you a direct answer on that.
Right, okay, thank you.
Tyrone, please.
Thanks, Your Worship. So just to follow on from Councillor Peters' questions around the Governor's Bay Teddington Road, obviously, yes, we had the Right Honourable Sir David Carter come in today and give us a good rev up as to why we need to look after that road. I'm pretty much in his camp on that completely, I would say. So I was just interested, Tim, in just what you were saying about talking past each other. I wasn't quite clear because the way I read the plan is that eventually that road's just going to be allowed to sort of be left to nature. But that's not really what the plan is. Just explain that to me a little bit better.
So the pathway for Governor's Bay to Teddington Road. Well, I'll start with Charteris Bay Road.
So we'll just talk about Teddington Straight, really, which
sure.
is really the key piece.
Yeah, okay. But the eastern section for Charteris Bay Road is proposed to be raised.
Yeah.
And that would, and our costing is about 1 metre of road raising, culverts, drainage, etc.
Yeah.
The section to the west of Gibby's Pass, which is Governor's Bay to Teddington Road, is proposed to be maintained for a time before we accept what we call a lower level of service, which would be infrequent, not frequent, infrequent tidal inundation. Maybe a couple of times a year we got to take the route around Gibby's Pass before we look to lift that road also.
Right.
Raise it.
Okay, thank you. So, and just on the route through Gibby's Pass out onto State Highway 75, now that area, I mean, even in the last couple of years, has been quite severely flooded in a big storm. So what's the thinking there in terms of, I mean, it's outside of the scope of this process, but still it is a weak point. So if that's the lifeline route out, what sort of thinking are we doing there?
And that's the rationale for the art staff recommendation on including the new alternate option of raising the road sooner for Governor's Bay to Teddington Road.
Perfect, thank you. Now, just on Allendale, I've just got 2 more questions, Phil, if that's okay. Just on reserve land, so we heard a little bit about Allendale Domain today, and I know that there's also a reserve in Purdo that would be, inundated with some of our modelling. So, I guess what options or what's the thinking of being able to replace reserve land that's lost? Like we kind of have to almost build that into a plan about how we're kind of gonna deal with the loss of reserve land. So that's sort of part one of the question, and the second part would be, building up Allendale Domain an option as well? Because talking to Barry Blatchford as well today, that's been done before. It could be done again, and what are the risks there?
Yeah. So for Allendale Domain, to be really clear, we cost the options that get to the shortlisting process, and the option of raising Allendale Domain did not get to the shortlisting process. So we've assessed it against a range of criteria, and the panel determined that effectively dumping significant amounts of material on a low-lying coastal reserve with a suite of natural values around it, implementing associated groundwater storage, other engineering works to manage that reserve was not an appropriate course of action. So yes, if technically you could maintain Allendale Domain, but it would require works to not only raise the levels but also supplementary works to manage the flow of water in, around and under that land. So this is a significant cost that would need to be considered, but we do not have numbers for.
So therefore, if that was what had to happen, like what options do we have for restoring or replenishing lost reserve land? We'd have to buy property somewhere, and that sort of comes at a cost as well, presumably.
But that hasn't been something we've proposed in the plan.
Right.
So it's not proposed, but yeah.
But it's something that we could amend in the plan, potentially.
If there was direction, potentially.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And just finally on the Wharf Road thing, I know that it's been really well reviewed today. So just looking at the option there, 4C, so what would it take to just kind of, let's just scrap that and work with the residents again on an alternative plan?
I just want to be sort of clear that what our existing amendment allows for. The original plan that went out did commit to us talking to landowners in advance of any further decisions. Our proposed recommendation up there still allows for that conversation to happen with landowners, and as Crystal has said, we've already committed in our last meeting with them to talk to landowners, so we have no issue with that.
Okay, no, that's helpful, Jane,
and our proposed amendment does include an additional option, which I believe one of the submitters supported, which was we're proposing the inclusion of an alternative option of moving the road. So at the moment, the options in the pathway include closure, they include floodproofing and protecting, and they include moving the road. These actions, to be clear, are likely 30 to 40 years out. So when we were developing the plan, our thinking was that, to be frank, some of the landowners in the future may be different people. And so we have had a comment in our plan saying that we would consult with people when these impacts were, when the timing of actions was sort of nearby. So there is probably an intergenerational equity question in that. You know, if we are trying to lock in a decision now about which of these pathways in great detail we would go down, you know, landowners in 35 years' time may be different people. So what does the status of current consultation mean?
No, thanks, Jane. I really appreciate that clarification. And Tom, sorry for calling you Tim before. I had a senior moment there, so my apologies.
That's all, thanks. Okay, Tyler, please.
Really quick, it's just around the lower levels of service. Could you just give us a quick nod over what that looks like?
Mm-hmm. Generally, or in a specific?
Just in general. I mean, is it reactive programming instead of putting it on the program?
Yeah, we've got a specific section on it in the plan,
and in the council report.
Yeah, and in that report. But I guess to give you some ideas, so some examples would be fords instead of bridges, possible heavy vehicle restrictions, gravel instead of seal, maybe more frequent maintenance and need for temporary closures, so disruption, for example. The example I've been giving today is sort of tidal inundation. So we've got low-lying sections of road that are generally uniform in their height and are not frequently inundated, but increasingly in the future with, you know, bigger storms, bigger tides, these roads could be. And we have, you know, spring tides every month or king tides a couple of times a year. So those are the sorts of conditions that we might say, well, if it's a king tide, then a couple of times a year you might expect a disruption, and then maybe a couple of nasty storms as well. So different environmental conditions, but also different sort of traffic management.
Okay, so it's really good for public knowledge because a lot of those obviously have economic, deterrence within them. If we have, for example, so we're putting some AP40 down in comparison to, say, shingle, there may be need for us to do that more often depending on the prevalence of storm surges or tidal inundation, etc. So how does council plan for that, and how do you put that at a program level in order for you to be able to accurately maintain those roads while keeping those residents happy and ensuring that the levels of service still up to scratch, even though you're going to be bringing the levels of service down? Do you guys sort of understand what I'm asking? It's a big question, sorry.
Yeah, I think this is one of the challenges in that we are talking about a range of different ways of reducing levels of service, but those are likely to occur 20, 30 years out.
Okay.
So while we appreciate everyone wants certainty about, you know, does this mean on Mondays and Tuesdays I can't travel that road, or some kind of level of certainty, we can't provide exactly that level of detail now. So we've got in our plan, as Tom has said, a range of different ways that could be explored, and we've tried to tighten that up in some of our amendments that we're proposing in Table 1 as well.
That's really good to know. So from a governance level especially, you're looking more long-term, just for everyone's knowledge, you're looking more long-term at the moment, and with the more short-term things, they're more around long-term plan, annual plan, things getting on the program in regards to that proactive planning. Okay, that's great. Thank you.
One of the things I'd like to do when you do come back to us, because that's what we're going to go into adjourn it, so you can go away and do some homework. Could you please look at the a different way of looking at the Allendale landfill, because if we can protect it more by either putting a stronger rip-rap wall out the front, because it's not as if it's open to the ocean, open ocean and getting hammered to bits, make that stronger and cap it off with more, or do something with it, maybe wouldn't it be this much, but $10 million to tidy that up. It gives us one hell of a lot of money to put towards all these other things that we can use going forward. But just come back to us and tell us a possibility.
Yeah, I'd just be keen to say I exchanged an email with Alan McNeil when I heard some earlier comments about the landfill, and that's actually exactly what the team are doing right now. So they're going through a process of investigating the viability of short-term protection. Depending on the performance of that protection, it might be that it can actually extend a lot longer than we've alluded to in the plan, and that's the whole premise of the essentially branching paths and adaptation pathways, that protection might be a lot more viable than we've told you today. Excellent. And we don't need to get rid of it. We can protect it for longer.
Yanni, please, then Tim.
Thank you. Is it useful if we put questions in writing so we can kind of get formal responses like we've done with some of the other hearing panels? I just
Sure.
yeah okay. When would we need to get questions in by? Like, is there a time frame that we can be given so that we can work to a deadline on that?
Depends on when we're coming back to you.
I mean, it might be good to get something circulated post it being adjourned today. I mean, I had two very specific questions, but I don't need an answer today. I just wanted to make sure that they're captured. I'm really interested in the ferry that used to go to Pūrao, not going there anymore, and the possibility about it going there in the future. And also quite interested in just the thinking around that marine transport sort of planning, and wondering kind of where ECAN fits into that.
We can speak to that today.
And costs to the jetty and resilience, etc.
Yeah.
Two bits there. There's proposed $5 million set aside through this plan or earmarked, I guess, for the Pūrao jetty to look at a substantive upgrade. So that's in recognition of those points, those submission comments, and the value that our parks teams also see in those infrastructure also. And then in regards to ECAN, you'll see that one of that there's a specific section in the staff report about that relationship, that piece of work that we're looking to commit to with ECAN. So essentially early next year, we've made a commitment with ECAN's public transport team to do an investigation around the public infrastructure, the marine and wider transport network within Whakaropō. And through that work, we would look at, for example, what are the priority pieces of marine infrastructure that are required to support longer term access over water.
And does the $5 million include provision for a ferry?
No, that would be about getting the asset itself under sort of modern day design, but of course these costings are high level in nature, so subject to that investigation with ECAN, it might be that the design for the wharf can accommodate other components, for example, ingress and egress of boats and people.
Thank you.
I feel like a number of submitters raised concern that the cost is attached to the interventions, and I too am sort of struggling. I'm just wondering what's the way that we're benchmarking the cost of things, and I know it's quite technical, and I know it's quite.
They'll get back to us when they
get
come back.
Okay.
To us. So we're not making the decision today. So
just picking up on on some of the children's submissions, I was really interested in the cruise ship concern. Pretty powerful to hear the young people in Littleton, the children saying like Corsair Bay's had a noticeable change because of the cruise ships. Is there work that we've done or evidence that we have around what the environmental impacts have been of the cruise ships in those bays?
That's good.
Yeah, it's certainly out of the scope of this work. Environment Canterbury have a monitoring program around the consent, so that would be where that would.
Good answer. Thank you very much, Tim. Please.
Sorry. Just a final question.
I've got two.
I mean, Tyler said 6.
And it gets dark. It gets dark at 9 o'clock.
Yanni's 6, I've got 12. But two. First of all, there's a lot of opinion on the source of truth. I looked at IPCC's they're going 0.75 from, and they based it from Timaru with their NASA stuff. So I'm just wondering, could we do reviews of sea level rise and the information in line with our long-term plan and annual plans? Because at the end of the day, we can only do what we can afford, irrelevant of what's happening in the world and sea level rise. So I think it's essential that we have up-to-date information on sea level rise in line with our decisions on funding. I think that they go hand in hand and cannot not do that. So if we could look at that when you come back with regards to the information and what we're deciding, I think that's essential, because this is acknowledged as a significant issue for our community. So I think it has to be lined up with that, just in a discussion or opinion.
That was all presented to the, should all be available. We had it at the working group.
But I don't believe it. When we sit and look at our long-term plan, there is no absolute link there, and I think that has to be linked to funding, and I think that we've got to become more aware of that, if indeed that information coming from, for instance, IPCC, if it's not seen as true, then where is the truth? And so we've got an idea of where we're going, because at the moment we're looking at a city that can be inundated with 3/4 of a metre within the next 100 years. And that's totally changes our whole environment. So I think we've got to be aware of that and link it with our funding, but it's got to be up to date. So I think every 10 years with reviewing every 3 years with our annual plan, I think is not unreasonable. Okay,
thank you.
Okay, and the second one is when we, only two, mate.
Yeah.
When we're putting in our wharves, etc., for the future. So we've been looking at 30 years. If we're doing wharves like they've done in Waikawa Bay and most of Marlborough, etc., they're putting in the wharves that float up and down pontoons. So I think if we can look at that, because I think doing a hard wharf, which technically, if you're looking at the IPCC being correct, will be underwater within 30 years, unless we build them 1/2 metre higher than we're planning. But if they are pontoons, then we are covered for however long we want. So I think build it once and build it right, but based on a 10-year and an annual plan, a 3-year, etc. So we are basing everything we're doing on accurate information or the latest information. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And lastly, Aaron, please, and Melanie, of course.
Yeah, it was on the wharf one, because there's a $5 million figure there. We all know with the council number where that figure goes next after 5. So I would like, given it's similar to the same community, is there a potential here for the Pūrau community to work with the Governor's Bay community, the Jetty committee, because if they could deliver it for cheaper, we could swap them for a forgiveness of their debt. And that way we kill 2 birds in the same, well, we don't want to kill birds in the harbour, but with one stone, and we solve the problem, we get it delivered, you have community ownership, it works out cheaper for us and they get their debt cleared. Just would like that explored if possible.
Can do, think about that. Melanie?
So following on from Tim in some ways, it says for for each item the signals, and these are the signals we potentially use, but there's very little specificity about that. So I was wondering, how often are we measuring these? This is multiple questions in one. How often are we measuring them and keeping tabs on all those things? And when are we going to actually be specific about when this happens, this will be what we do?
It relates a little bit back to the earlier point I made around the additional funds we've got through the LTP, which will allow us to appoint an implementation lead. At the moment, we've got a scope of work for that person to establish a monitoring framework and processes for reporting and decision making into the future. So that role will be advertised, going well, from 1 July. We'll be able to start filling out that role. And we're wanting to make the reporting, to the comment over here earlier, visible to the community so people can see as much as we can the tracking and monitoring of where those signals and triggers are at.
Okay, and then just following from that as well, some of the submitters, especially the younger ones, talked about maybe doing some of the work maybe earlier, whatever that means, because it's all kind of undefined. But where would you sit on that kind of concept, or I guess it gives certainty for the community of where things are heading and maybe makes it cheaper?
Yeah. Well, it would be fair to say that the estimated timings that have been put forward in the plan have applied a consistent approach in terms of exposure to hazards and things like the condition of that asset. But as councillors, you would be able to make decisions about earlier investment in one or another, I imagine, considering that information, but also wanting to be ambitious. For example, a lot of costs in the plan fall in a relatively narrow time window between 10 and 30 years. And looking at that, council may choose to say, why don't we bite some of this off sooner to spread that cost? But that would be.
Yeah. And Pauline, please.
Oh, thank you. Look, just, the Pūrau community was actually asking just to see some more details around the assessment of the jetty and alternative options around roading. They just want to see a little bit more detail. Can you get back to them with some of that, please?
Yeah, so we have details on the. So is it specific to the design of, because what's been recommended for the Pūrau jetty is to upgrade and later replace the asset?
Yeah, it was the assessment now. I think they just wanted that, and the roading options. They just felt they weren't quite up with what you were meaning, I think. So maybe if someone touched base there. And just to going forward, like when we reconvene, would we want to do that after staff have worked with the wharf people?
That's right, yeah. That's what
So is that going to happen before
we've
March?
oh,
Is that enough time?
bear with.
It is.
Bear with.
Right. Okay.
It's probably something to ask staff.
Yeah, but that's the intention, to do that work and then come back to us. Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay, so here we all are. It's obviously need some more time, and I'm going to move something about that, but Megan's going to tell me what I'm going to move. Is that right, Megan?
In terms of dates.
In terms of dates, because staff need to go away and do some work.
So just going back to that question from Councillor Cotter, we probably need to ask the end of the table if, we're planning on adjourning until the 4th of March, would that give enough time to do the work that you just heard?
The work we just heard, there's a number of questions we can answer. There was also, I think, a commitment to go meet with residents, and I guess that will be largely dependent on their availability as well.
Yeah, the other thing I would add is I don't think it's clear as yet what councillors would like us to achieve by that meeting. We can certainly go and rediscuss all the options that are on the table, but they have been quite clear about what their preferences are, and that is that closure is not an option for them. So
can I just answer that it's clear that the Wharf Road people want to enter into a collaborative partnership to come to a joint agreement on some options.
One way or other.
And so to do that, you'll have to meet with them and have a chat. I'm correct there. Yeah.
Absolutely, and we're happy to do that and bring back whatever the outcome of that meeting is.
So can you do it by the 4th? That's a good question.
Depending on community availability.
Their availability, yeah.
Yes.
And can we do a site visit as well? Yeah. We'll have it. So is 4th of March adequate time, or would you like to push it out further?
We can aim for that, and then perhaps we can amend it if that's not going to work.
Yeah, is that possible? No.
We can always move it on again.
Yes.
If you're running out of time.
Okay. But to the point that I think Krista was trying to make, are you? We're happy to go and talk to them, obviously, and get some more shape around those options that are already on the table. Are you looking to identify a preferred pathway out of that? Because I guess we would go back to the point around the fact that these actions are not going to happen for 35 years. So there is a question around whether the timing is right now to try and lock in a preferred option, or whether that's something that future council and future community will have a conversation about at the right time.
I think that it'd be fine to have a future option, because that's what you've presented with us, the 30 years. So to have a future option which that community want to work with us is exactly the same as the options you gave, but it's just that they have put in to a team effort between us and the residents. So I don't see any difference to the end game in 30 years or 20 years or 40 years, but it's just that you have now working with them, and it's one team going together for a community.
I think it's really important that you do meet with them, and there might be, as Tim says, various options, but also options for efficiencies and deliveries there. I think we're really talking about a local project here, and part of it possibly, but you could come back with potential options to be pursued further down the line, which would allow us to sign it off. So maybe you can do that in a month.
All we're trying to do here is get you to talk to those people and come up with options. 2 options: maintain the road as it starts to flood, either by building it up or moving it to another place. Teddington Road, you've already more or less covered that, saying that it wasn't the intention to shut it down originally. We're just going to do the same. So in my head, it's just do to the Wharf Road the same as what we had suggested for the Teddington Road, but you still need to go and talk to these people and get them happy.
Yeah, no, it all sounds good. I think our only trepidation there was that a strategic conversation quickly turns into one that's more operationally minded when it's about, for example, some of the specifics that you've mentioned there. So we can say that we're happy to engage in that, but it would be other colleagues in transport that would also need to be involved.
And it might be 10 years before the first load of gravel needs to go on there to solve the problem. And as you know that. Okay, what have I got? I've got Sarah. Yep.
Can I just suggest process-wise that if there's a space on the, whenever it was in March, that we at 4th of March, that we adjourn till then, And because we do need a specific date to adjourn to, but if the community availability and those kind of things hasn't lined up before then, we end up meeting for 5 minutes and re-adjourning to some other date that we have
Okay, and lastly, Tyler, please.
Just in regards to 4C, meaning like, is anything really stopping staff from going to talk to them and sort it out?
No,
with us even
but
asking?
we're not. All we're doing is have a resolution to adjourn. We're not voting on that now. That's later. Is that right?
Yep, that's right.
Okay, so I am. Yeah, Pauline's going to second. I'm moving that we adjourn it until 9:30 on Tuesday, the 4th of March. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Thank you. That's carried. So now
there was just one additional question that Councillor Johansson had, and that was timing for any questions back. Would 7th of the February suit?
So,
and just talk to Natasha.
Yes, send them through.
could I answer that? With any questions, could you send them directly to Natasha? And would the end of next week be?
Yeah, that's 7th of February. Yes.
7th, yeah. And straight to Natasha. Thank you.
All right. So the Care Department, ladies and gentlemen. Oh no, of course. Yeah, sorry.